Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom.
What was that about? Hello, my little ninjas. My name's Mike. This is my YouTube page, MOX News, and welcome to your 420th episode of MOX Talks. Actually, I'm trying to figure out how to make it first episode or second episode, and I'll be coming up with that very soon. That being said, do you guys see the chat? Manny made a comment in the chat. Manny never makes comments in the chat. Woohoo! I mean, this is a good start to a live show, right? I've been told never to do woohoo again ever by someone who cared about me very much. All right, so I want to say happy Star Wars Day. I was going to do a show about Star Wars, not really about Star Wars so much as, us all having the Force, us swimming within the continuum of the Force being the Force for good, the Force that flows, the Force that makes all good things happen in the world. I was going to talk about that. And then it was like, oh, May the 4th, that's Israeli Independence Day. Independence from what? I'm not sure exactly. If someone knows the answer to that, I'd really appreciate it if you call and let me know. Hi, Jockey Cat! Tornadoes? More tornadoes? It's not woohoo. It's not woohoo. Woohoo is fine. It's my woohoo. Woohoo! It's not that it's not that there's something wrong with woohoo. It's just the way that I say it. Apparently, other people are allowed to say it, but not me. Now, where were we? Yes, Manny made a comment in the chat. Boom! Don't see that a whole lot. We're off to an amazing start tonight, boys and girls. As I was saying, today is May the 4th. People love to say, May the 4th be with you, which I was going to do that show and talk about what's your favorite Star Wars movie or TV show or character, or, And if you'd still like to talk about Star Wars, I am more than happy to do so. That being said, then I realized May the 4th is Israeli Independence Day. Again, Israel's Independence Day. United States, Independence Day, 4th of July. Israel Independence Day, May 4th. Now, I believe it changes all the time. Every year, like Memorial Day or whatever, they're on a different calendar or something. That being said, I don't know what Israel gained independence from, because as far as I can tell, Israel didn't gain independence. Israel was founded on May 4th, 19, who the fuck cares? That being said, again, I don't know what Israel gained independence from. So if anybody can explain that to me. The way I understand it was the colonialists, the conquerors, the empires, the people who had seized Palestine was the British, and they were in control of what was happening there. And then apparently they gave this piece of land to the Israelis, the Jewish people. We'll get to that. Hello, caller.
Hey, Max.
What's up, G?
Well, y'all should be celebrating.
Star Wars, I know. I know it's Star Wars Day.
No. It's the other day that just happened on the description.
Oh, Israel. You're saying we should all be celebrating Israel, is that right?
Yes.
And
It's a beacon of hope. It's a beacon of light for all the world.
so can you tell me what it's called Israeli Independence Day? Can you tell me what Israel, what independence was declared by Israel, 74 years ago? What did Israel become independent from? That's what I'd like to know.
It became independent from Palestine.
From Palestine. So Israel was part of Palestine before it became Israel. Is that right?
No.
No.
It wasn't even existent. There was, remember? All that. Sorry, I'm on a holiday. So remember that Palestine didn't exist. So it has to liberate the land that it was occupied to become free and independent.
Okay, so there was no Israel country when
Exactly.
yeah, there was
There
exactly.
was
There was no Israel country, and then they moved into Palestine and declared the country of Israel. Is that right?
Yes.
So then, who is it that they're declaring independence from?
It's declared independent from Palestine.
From who?
Palestine.
They're not independent from Palestine. Basically, what you're telling me is they declared war on Palestine and then occupied a big part of Palestinian territory, which is very different than independence now, isn't it, Manny?
That was dangerous in that area now. The other difference is like they decided to make it a country to actually create their own land in the political sense.
What?
That was been there ever since because Moses' time. Remember the part in Moshe told them that they should go to the Holy Land, the land of the opportunity.
And how are
That was
you?
Israel.
Yeah, how are you celebrating Israel Independence Day?
I don't celebrate it much because I'm an American. I have to work.
What about tomorrow? Are you celebrating tomorrow?
No, because I'm not from Puebla. I'm from the border.
You're not gonna celebrate Cinco de Mayo.
No, you know what's funny though? Because I was asking this question. Here's the thing with the Cinco de Mayo. It's a holiday, yes, it's an official holiday in Mexico, but nobody celebrates it though. It's an American thing.
Yeah, of course
that
it
was one
is.
of the first cultures I ever had.
It's like St. Patrick's Day, dude. But that's what we do. We go, oh, hey, here's another day to celebrate! Yay!
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing though. And I was actually a little bit confused. I'm like, what the hell? Why do people celebrate Cinco de Mayo? Like, nobody does that in Mexico. Like, everybody, it's a holiday, you don't work and stuff, but nobody does anything. Like, the big time celebration is September 15th and 16th. Actually, it's 15 and 19. That's the big one in Mexico, man.
Okay. All right, Manny, so what are you doing today then?
Well, I'm eating a sandwich and listening to MOX News.
What kind of sandwich?
It's a subway. I'm actually on a subway right now.
You're on the subway?
Yeah.
Well, okay. It's always good to hear from you, even on a subway.
I'll definitely enjoy my subway.
Enjoy. Talk to you later.
All right, have a good day.
You too, brah. All right, so I have videos about Israel Independence Day, and one of the videos, they have this symbol that's on the back of the dollar bill. Okay, see that symbol? It's up there on the screen. They have that symbol in the background. It's a U.S. ambassador is talking about Israeli Independence Day, and they have this symbol on the wall behind them. They have it everywhere on the wall behind them. And I was looking at it, And I go, is that the one that's on the dollar bill? And it is the one that's on the dollar bill. And right above the dollar bill is a 6-pointed star. Actually, there's like a bunch of stars that are formed into a 6-pointed star, and which you can see right here. Okay, right there. It's pretty clear. And you know what really bothers me about it, right? Is that the American flag, the U.S. flag, is down here, and the Jewish star is up at the top, okay, above the American flag, you know? And, I mean, it bothers me that the symbol is on the dollar and on so many other U.S. symbols. But you know, this is the most common bill in the world, probably, right? A dollar bill, and there it is. I mean, this loyalty is a very strange thing. I'd like to know how long that star has been on the dollar bill. If anybody can tell me, I would very much like to know that. Also, what Israel is declaring independence from. If someone can tell me what Israel is declaring independence from, I will thank you. Okay? I will, from the bottom of my heart. I would really like to understand this, because to me, you know, Israel's independence from what? What is Israel's independence from? I don't get it. So, that being said, I do want to take a bong hit with you all. I have one just about ready. And what I think I'll do is I'm going to go start a cup of tea. And I'll come back and take a bong hit with you. And then I'll have to go and get my tea after that. So, again, it's Israel Independence Day. Now, the reason I asked the question about who is Israel declared independence from is because, from what I understand, there was no Israel before this day, and then all of a sudden there's an Israel, and they declare independence. Actually, I think there was an occupying force referred to as Israel slightly before the Independence Day. I'm not sure. What I am sure about is that from the Declaration of Israel independence, Israel has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. Probably 4 or 5 times the size that it was. So I don't see independence in Israel in any way. The United States gives Israel billions and billions of dollars every year because the homeless people in this country don't need it, because your children don't deserve dentistry. But we got to make sure every Israeli gets to go to college for free, in case you didn't know that. And meanwhile, we send them billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars because we have nothing better to do with it. Now, where were we? We were talking about, Independence Day, Israel Independence Day being May 4th. It changes from what I understand, but it was declared on May 4th, I believe. So it's the 74th anniversary of in Israel Independence Day, right? And again, I don't know what they're declared independence from, but let's move over to the United States, right? The United States in 1776 or something like that declared independence. And it wasn't that they were like, going, all right, so we're going to make this new country. We're going to move from this country into this other country. And, where, I don't know, maybe that's what the United States is about. Maybe that's why the Israel connects so well with the United States. But to me, what I see is the people of the United States were, I don't know what they're, colonists, right? They're colonists of Great Britain, England, and they said, fuck you to England, right? They said, we're not part of England anymore. And they formed their own country. Now, I don't see Israel being formed in nearly the same way. I don't see Israel independence coming about the same way. And if I'm wrong, I'd just like to know. Okay, that's the discussion that we're trying to have here. Or we can talk about Star Wars. You can tell me about your favorite Star Wars movie, your favorite Star Wars character, your favorite Star Wars TV show. Star Wars. Not Star Trek. Not Star Trek. Star Wars. But first, may the 4th be with you. I'm going to play this video about, it's not actually about Hamas, but at the end of the video, they say that Hamas is on its way, Hamas leaders are on their way to Moscow, because apparently Moscow and Israel have had a falling out since one of the Russian ambassadors said that Hitler had Jewish blood. So I found that very interesting. I haven't seen a big conversation about this on Israeli news, and it's only like a little snippet at the end of this clip. But I found it pretty interesting. I'm going to go heat up a cup of tea. I'll be back momentarily. Thanks so much for tuning in, and happy Israel Independence Day. Be right back.
With the top stories of the hour, today Israel marks Memorial Day for fallen soldiers and victims of terror. At 11 a.m. local time, the traditional 2-minute siren will sound when everyone stands still in a moment of silence to pay their respects to the fallen, followed by hundreds of ceremonies throughout the country. The 24-hour solemn commemoration began Tuesday night at an official ceremony at the Western Wall, where Israeli President Isaac Herzog and IDF Chief of Staff Aviv Kochavi delivered these messages.
The siren that sliced through our lives a few minutes ago is the purest moment in the Israeli calendar, a moment that plucks the chords of our souls, a moment of mighty bitter grief, of memories, Malchuyot and Shoforot, a moment that seeks to open the gates of heaven on a judgment day, to plead for the people of Israel in judgment, a moment that speaks to the essence of this week, the essence of the state of Israel itself, from the deepest grief to the miracle of independence and rebirth. The majority of Israeli families have awaited their children as they stepped down for the mountain, but you waited in vain. Some of you still wait. They will not return. They will not return, but thanks to them, many have returned. Thanks to them, tens of thousands of lives were saved. And a large part of the security and the achievements of this country is thanks to them.
And also on Tuesday, Prime Minister Naftali Bennett speaking at a moving ceremony at the Yad Lebanim Memorial Center, reiterating the need for unity in the country.
We were given an opportunity to correct the sin of our ancestral brotherly hatred and to get rid of the strait of factions that destroyed our people. Let it be clear, the decision is in our hands. Let's dispel the anxieties from one another. Let's deal with the argument, not with the claimant. Let's listen to each other. Yes, we will argue with each other, but never hate one another. And above all, let's remember that we are one family. It is our duty.
Let's go now to our correspondent, Ariel Levin-Waldman, who's at Herzl in Jerusalem, where the main ceremony is taking place. Ariel, what can we expect there today?
Well, right now behind me, just inside this Hall of Remembrance, there is a name reading ceremony for all of the fallen that have, in Israel's history, from the foundation of the nation until today. That's a grand total of 28,284 souls who have died in defense of this country or in terror attacks over the country's 74-year history at this point. And every single generation, you hear the same stories because this is a universal experience in Israel. It doesn't matter who you are, from which class, which walk of life, or which station. There is universal conscription, which means that every single Israeli knows that it could be them, it could be a parent, it could be a child of theirs that will someday possibly end up on the wall of remembrance behind me. And you could speak to people from the current generation or from far back. I spoke to an 84-year-old man who was 10 years old, roughly, when his mother was killed by a Jordanian sniper in front of his eyes during the War of Independence. I spoke to a combat soldier who lost half his battalion in 2014 to mortar fire in Gaza. Every last one of those fallen is inscribed on that wall, and there is a sort of continuity and a knowledge, and they've spoken about this in the lead up to the name reading ceremony. The Memorial Day in Israel falls between Yom HaShoah, the Holocaust Memorial Day, and Independence Day for a reason, because they understand that the blood of Israeli soldiers is what keeps Israel safe. It is the dividing line between an independent sovereign nation and Jewish victims throughout history of a people that had no nation and no sovereignty. We're going to see over the course of the day things like that brought up during the ceremonies later, before eventually at the end of the evening the torch is lit that divides this Memorial Day to Independence Day, transitioning from the solemn remembrance of the sacrifices made that Israel could be free to a celebration of that freedom.
Right, Ariel, and if you can tell us briefly also about maybe the fact that and this Memorial Day comes after a wave of terror attacks inside Israel. Actually adding the terror victims is a more recent addition. It used to only include those soldiers who fell, and now also the victims of terror in recent years. Is that something that's come up there, maybe, what's happened here in the last month and a half?
Absolutely. I mean, we're talking about those 28,000 names or so. 177 of those were added last year alone, and a large number of those, as we know all too well, have been those recent terror attacks. They've talked about the fallen in defense of Israel, but they're also talking about those who have died simply for the ability to live in a sovereign Jewish state, not in its defense, but victims of terrorism, victims of enemies of Israel for the sole sake of being Jewish or being Israeli in that Jewish state. So that's become more and more pressing of late, particularly as Israel's defensive operations become stronger in their defense and fewer soldiers die each and every year. The deaths of victims of terror becomes more and more apparent. It becomes more and more obvious and more clear, which is why you see that made a larger part of the ceremonies each year, particularly this one.
Ariel Levin-Waldman reporting there from Mount Herzl in Jerusalem, where the main ceremony is taking place. Thank you very much for that. Now, in other news, a report by Palestinian news agency Safa reveals that a delegation of the Hamas terror movement headed to Moscow yesterday for a meeting with Russian officials. The delegation is headed by the deputy head of Hamas abroad, Musa Abu Marzouk, and includes leaders Fatih Hamad and Hussam Badran, in addition to the movement's representative in Moscow. According to the source, the Hamas delegation will hold a series of meetings with those in charge of the Russian Foreign Ministry and other officials about the situation in Jerusalem and the bilateral relationship between Hamas and Russia. The meeting comes amid a significant deterioration between Israel and Russia after comments made by Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov claiming Hitler had Jewish blood.
All right, so I'm about ready for a bong hit, which is why I came out here today, honestly, was just to share a bong hit with you all. And that's the truth. And I mean it. That's the truth. I came out here just to share a bong hit with you today because I love sharing bong hits with people. Does it get any better than that, right? Sharing bong hits with people is about as good as it gets, for me anyways. Fuck! Hold on just a minute. It says my OBS crashed. I need to see if it's crashed or not.
What's an OBS?
That's how I stream from my computer to the YouTube on the OBS. That allows me to pop up the videos and all the other stuff, the different browser pages and stuff. Okay.
It's a multiple server type thing.
All right, are we live again? All right, we're good. We're live. Okay, we're live. Back live. We're live. I believe that we're live now. Hello, my little ninjas. So, hello, Mike.
Hey, thank God Israel fights America's battles for us. That way we don't have to go over there and kick ass ourselves.
Over where?
Thank God. God bless Israel, America's number one friend. God bless all the Israeli Zionists who love America. They live in America. I've heard rumors they own America. Have you heard that rumor, Mike? The Zionists own America? I heard they got...
No. Just the Federal Reserve.
Oh, yeah. What about Congress? What about the White House?
Well, that's kind of all scooped into one.
So I heard that guy say, since Israel has been founded, had 28,000 Israeli deaths fighting terrorism. For us, all those dead Israelis. I'm sorry, you're dead, Mr. Israeli. I'm not mocking death on any side, but thank God they protected us like that from those vicious Palestinians who blew up the Twin Towers and the Pentagon. Oh my God, Michael, it's a great day today. Oh fuck.
I don't know what Israel declared independence from. Do you?
No, yes I do. You asked the exact right guy. In the end of the war, which ended in 45. In 47, Israel declared itself independent. Well, Israel was given permission by the United Nations as an autonomous political body, and in 48, they declared themselves a country.
But not independent. I mean, it's not like they fought for their independence or something.
The British mandate ended in 45.
Mm-hmm.
And then Palestine was put under the British gave it to the United Nations and said, we can't handle these motherfuckers. They're killing our soldiers. They're blowing up our hotels.
Which is exactly what we would do. We would blow up their hotels. We would do whatever it takes to get them out of our fucking country. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so they gave the country of Palestine to the United Nations. The British did that. They ended...
How can they give... They don't own it. It's not like, I mean, theirs to give, is it?
Well, in World War I, the province of Palestine was lost to the Ottoman Empire by the Allied powers. That would be United States, Britain, and France. And so the Ottoman Empire was cut way back. A third of the Ottoman Empire land was lost. And that was in 1916-17. I think the war ended what? The Armenian genocide was 15 to 17. So I think the World War I ended about 1917, 1918. And the Ottoman Empire lost. And Palestine was part of the territory they lost. They also lost part of Syria, lots of lands in the Middle East
Yeah.
were lost. And they were divided up between Britain and France. So America didn't want to own countries in the Middle East, but Britain and France had this thing called the Sykes-Picot Accord, in which they betrayed Lawrence of Arabia, who made pacts with all of the Arabic tribes and said, yeah, you guys are going to get your own lands, and then his own government fucked him because they were going behind his back with France and they were dividing up the Middle East. And so a lot of Jews that I know say Palestine was never a country. Well, it's on every goddamn map since about 500 BC.
Yeah.
Okay, so it depends. You know, it's like, is it legal or is it right?
I don't think it's just Jewish people who say that. I've heard a lot of people say that, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, it's like, let's pretend it's not real, and it's not like that they did anything against Palestinians. There aren't any Palestinians. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, it was Golda Meir, who I think was the fourth prime minister of Israel, a really tough, ugly old woman. She said, a people with no land for a land without people. She actually negated the fact that the Palestinians have been living there for eons, more than 2,000 years. So that was the myth that the Zionists created, a people for a land that has no people living in it, except, the Palestinians were there for 3,000 years. And so, and she was a woman, and there was lots worse prime ministers than her. They all lie, but the point of the matter is, the Zionist Jews, because there was no Israel at the time, and they were attacking the British since the 1930s, right? Because the British had control of the land, and the Zionist immigration from Europe was increasing year by year by year from 1901 to 1948. It just kept exponentially getting more and more people, and the Palestinians that lived there did not turn them away in World War II. They were refugees in World War II. The Palestinians welcomed the refugee boats to their own demise. They didn't turn them away. And
like the Native Americans.
Right, yeah, Thanksgiving, So it's this fucked up, drawn out genocide that's been going on for 100 years, despite the fact that Israel didn't exist till 1948. And they say the War of Independence, yes, they were fighting Palestinians. They destroyed 700 or more villages with massacres of thousands of people in 1948 in what they call was a War of Independence. And they were well armed by America, France, Britain, and believe it or not, Russia at that time. Were giving the Zionists that lived in Palestine lots of weapons, so they were way more well armed than these Palestinians that had like deer rifles, just muskets and stones, and they wiped them out, and that was called originally the Nakba. And the Nakba just means the tragedy, this terrible thing that happened where 700 plus villages, some people say 751, I don't really know, and the majority of the refugees, which were above 700,000 refugees, almost 1 million refugees, that's what it was, 751,000 refugees, they went to Gaza. And that's how Gaza got so crowded, was from the Nakba. And everything that's happened since what the Jews call the War of Independence, it's just a slow motion Nakba. It's a village by village.
The Jews call it that, or the Israelis call it that?
The Palestinians call that the Nakba.
Right. No, you said the Jews call it the War of Independence or something. I mean, that's what the Israelis call it, not necessarily the Jews, right?
Both do. You could live in New York.
But there's Jews who don't call it that, right?
Yeah, that's true. There are certain Jewish groups that are not that recognize that this was land theft. That and they're mostly religious groups that. They follow the Old Testament. They say, we're not supposed to have a land. That's our punishment from breaking the covenant with God. And I can't necessarily remember the names of these Jewish groups, Karnaka or something like that, Kerala. I don't really, but the premise and idea and support for Zionism has grown and grown and grown since 1948, so that the majority of Jewish people worldwide think that Zionism is a good thing, and and somehow it's okay to go into other people's lands and steal their land and push them out of their land and disenfranchise them and violate their human rights and violate, certain types of war codes, crimes against humanity, which is white phosphorus and flèche bombs.
Well, that's kind of every war, dude. Right? I mean, that's how every single war is. So
we did it on the Highway of Death in Iraq,
and lots of other places.
Yeah, lots of places.
We use the fuck out of white phosphorus, dude.
Right. Dude.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I have the guy that was just on that video, the Jewish reporter, Israeli reporter. He said 28,000 Jews have died since 1948 to terrorism and war. So, of course,
Jews or Israelis?
Israeli soldiers.
Okay.
And I'm sorry if sometimes I don't differentiate. That's just a mistake in the way I'm thinking. But let's see. In I can go all the way back to 1920. Palestinian riots, 31 dead. Jaffa riots, 121 dead. 1929 Palestine riots, 679 dead.
Okay. We don't need a bunch of numbers. Everybody's going to sleep.
Oh yeah, they're going way up into the thousands. But that guy said 28,000. I'm looking at more than 100,000 deaths in all that time.
In Palestine. Palestinian death. Palestinian death.
Right, and unfortunately, a lot of those are not soldiers. A lot of those are grandmas. And
the vast majority of them are not soldiers.
Yeah, I heard a stat a couple months ago that 9 out of 10 casualties in all wars are civilians, which is probably the best reason why war is fucked.
Why war should be illegal. At the very least, people should not be allowed to profit from it, because if they're allowed to profit from it, then their best interest is that we are at war, and they have all the weapons. So, this is easy to understand. There's a major conflict of interest. Oh, we're here to keep you safe. I don't think so. Listen, are you aware of this 6-pointed star that's on the dollar bill?
Yeah.
Right above the U.S. seal with the eagle and all that.
Yeah, I mean, I can pull a dollar out of my wallet right here to check it out. Right above the eagle. It's on which bill?
The dollar bill. Dollar bill.
Dollar bill. Let's see. I got a dollar bill right here.
So you don't know about it?
It's not above George Washington.
No, it's above the fucking eagle.
Above the eagle. Oh, yeah, that one there. Yeah, that's more like a tetragrammaton, actually.
It's a fucking 6-pointed star is what it is. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, I'm just wondering, Mr. Stats, if you know when that fucking went on the dollar bill. Because I'd like to know when it became, when the fucking 6-pointed star was put above the American flag. I'd really like to know that.
No, I wouldn't know when. You'd have to get somebody wackier than me to tell you that. But it has 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 stars inside of the hexagon above the eagle. So that must be the 13 original states. But I don't know when they changed. They change the fucking faces on and shit on the bills all the fucking time. And I would agree with people who know more than me that there's meaning behind a lot of the graphics on our flags and dollar bills and shit. It's not just meaningless, pictures. but it never used to say "In God We Trust" until, I don't know, the 1930s or something like that. So no, but I don't know. If there was hexagram, that would be the Star of Remphan, or what they call the Star of David. But it's a hexagon, and I have no idea when that
It's
went
a
on.
fucking 6-pointed star. That's what it is, okay? I just want to be clear. I don't want to be calling, it this mathematical number. It's a fucking 6-pointed star. And I'd like to know why it's on our dollar bill. And why it's above the American flag. As if somehow it's more important than the American flag.
Well, I don't like Israel, and I don't like stupidity, and I don't like the victims being blamed for defending themselves, because that's what Palestinians are.
I don't like people dropping bombs on women and children. I don't like little kids playing soccer on the beach, having to fucking get a drone strike, and brothers 9, 10, and 11 all die from a fucking drone strike playing soccer on the beach. I don't like that.
No, man, it's been going on for a long time, and even in 1948, there was massacres. Dar Yashin and Dar something else is the two main massacres that went on. Right now in East Jerusalem, they're kicking Palestinians out of houses they've been in for 100 years or 200 years, and the beat goes on. It's just like.
And they were doing that. I mean, they've been doing it for a while, but it really ramped up under Trump, right?
Yeah, it was. As soon as Trump passed the Abraham Accords, it gave permission for the Israelis, the radical Israelis, who happen to be Jewish, Mike. They really went to town. I saw something on a video just within the last 3 days of Jewish people, Israelis, usually men, dressing up like Arabs and going up on top of Al-Haram al-Sharif, the plateau above the wall, and praying there in secret. They're praying Jewish prayers, but they're dressed as Muslims with a Muslim hat and a white garb and stuff. And to me, that's like, okay, you want to do that? That's cool, man. I understand. But there still is a war between. Before Zionism, there wasn't a war between the Jewish religion and the Muslim religion. They were friendly with each other. Zionism is what caused all this mess. And Zionism is not a religious idea. It's a political idea that says, we own the land. We want land.
We're going to take over your land.
Exactly. So, I've tried to not be so anti-Semitic in my thinking and speaking.
You're trying real hard, huh? It takes a pretty big effort, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it's just like any other time. You got to watch what you say. You don't want to insult lesbians, and you don't want to insult gay people, and you don't want to insult Jewish people, and you don't want to insult Africans or Mexicans, or you just want to try to be respectful and not include every Jewish person you meet in with this hardline Zionist slow motion genocide that's been going on for 100 years. It's not just 1948. Even way before that, it was going on. So
yeah, I don't think it's right to blame all Jewish people for what happens in Israel in any way. I mean, I don't think them. I don't know, but I would guess that less than 50% that know what's actually happening in Israel don't support it.
Yeah, the word for Israeli propaganda is Hasbara. That just means propaganda from the Israeli government, Hasbara. And a lot of the Jewish people around the world, whether they're in the United States or New Zealand or France, they get fooled by the Hasbara. And Benjamin Netanyahu was the king of Hasbara.
Everybody gets fooled by it. I mean, look at what the United States, what the mainstream media is doing.
There is a really good Jewish organization called If Americans Knew, and it's headed by a lady named Allison Weir, and she's put out remarkable, and she's Jewish, And
A self-hating Jew, no doubt.
Yeah, that's what they call them, a self-hating Jew. Anyone who criticizes Israel is a self-hating Jew. And they have put out the most remarkable factual programs, hours and hours long, a whole series of programs that will explain what the Nakba was or is, and how many villages were wiped out. And they interview Palestinians, they interview ex-Israeli generals.
And what's the name of that group again?
If Americans Knew.
Yeah, it's a good name.
Yeah, because the premise is if Americans knew, they wouldn't back it up. And you and me, we know it's a crime, but everybody thinks that Israel's a good.
I don't know what's happening. I don't say that I know what's happening unless I see stuff. That being said, I don't like little kids being drone striked for playing on the beach. Okay, and I don't like a country going, all right, there's a UN shelter all over here for all of you women and children. You go to the UN shelter, and then they drone strike the fucking UN. They bomb the UN shelter, and then they fucking double strike it. They double tap the motherfucker, and I don't like that. Okay, so, and no one's held accountable. Okay, they tell Palestinian women and children to go here and you'll be safe, and then they bomb the fuck out of there.
And Israel is somewhere between the third and the sixth largest weapons manufacturer of high-tech warfare weapons on Earth. So they sell weapons to lots of countries, lots of African countries, and lots of countries. When they get to test these weapons in Gaza or Lebanon, usually just Gaza, then they get to claim that they're battle tested, and the price for these weapons goes up, and they make money off of killing Palestinians because they're battle tested weapons. So that's not, if people really were concerned with human rights, they would have jumped on the Yemen situation 7 years ago instead of banging the drum on Ukraine right now. Because Yemen is 1,000 times worse than Ukraine, and nobody's doing anything about it. So if you're really in favor of human rights, you're going to go where the tragedy is, not just where the news tells you to put your attention onto. I was driving down the street today. The guy in front of me stopped at the stop sign, and he had a thing on his bumper sticker that said "Fuck Putin," and it had a Ukraine. and I was thinking to myself, this guy doesn't know shit, man. This is the town I live in where they just jump on the next thing. I'm in favor of the next thing, it's not.
You know what I'm finding about this is that people need like a whipping post. People need someone to hate on. People, they like piling on. Like my neighbor across the street is fucking insane, right? She stands out in her front yard and just yells shit all day long about the CIA and the FBI, kind of like you know? And she just goes on and on for hours, right? And the neighbors all around here provoke the fuck out of her. And I think it's because this is what brings them together. The one neighbor, I think it feels like he's looking out for all the other neighbors because he's picking on this poor woman who's basically defenseless because she's fucking, mentally incapacitated. And it just bugs the fuck out of me that, it's like sharks, right? They smell blood in the water. I think bullies are like the same way. They sense weakness, and then they fucking are drawn to that, and then one of them, attracts all the other ones, and it's like a fucking feeding frenzy. And
I can appreciate that about you, that you would come to the defense of a defenseless person. But when my neighbors call the cops on me, I'm talking about the CIA, and I'm in my front yard naked and masturbating. So I don't know what the fuck is wrong with my neighbors. It's like they just pick on me in the car. I'm done by the time the cops get there, but I don't know what their problem is, man. So
that's what I just told you. They need a whipping post. They need something to point to and go, that person's fucked up. Not me, who's trying to fuck with the person who's fucked up. Oh, that person's fucked up and she's mentally deficient, so we should fuck with her. Oh my God, what's wrong with you? You know, I mean,
Yeah.
I can't imagine how lonely this person must feel, you know, over there shouting shit out her window, you know, even when there's no people in the street, no people in the front yard, she'll just go on and on for hours, you know, just shouting down the block. And it's, you know, it's not like, I can't imagine how lonely she is. And then there's these fucking bullies on top of that, you know. Now, I understand the one neighbor is moving out. They're renting. They moved in like a year ago, 2 years ago, and they're like, enough. The other neighbor just had a baby. And I'm telling you, you can see the fear in their eyes. I'm sure that they feel like they're going to wake up and she'll be standing over them with a butcher knife. But the thing is that if you look at the situation realistically, yeah, she's a pain in the ass. But, I mean, come on, she's fucked up, you know? Cut her at least a little slack. Now, if she's throwing rocks at you, if she's, you know, doing something that's, you know, actually may cause physical harm or makes you believe that she'll cause physical harm, that's different. And like I said, she's had the cops over there and everything. My point is that people need someone to, like, point out and go, that person's fucked up. They love that. They come together on that. And it seems to me that if somebody's fucked up, you try and help them. But that's not the world that we live in, I guess. So
no, that's not the world we live in, and it's a symptom of the insanity that society is that you know, that you want to hang the Negro in the South in the 60s and 70s and 50s and 40s. You want to pick on these people over there, the Rohingya in Indonesia. We want to get those dirty people away from us. You know, it happens all over the world, no matter what language you speak. And it's happened to the Jews. And so this is why I want to be more accurate in my speech, is because the Jews have been through pogroms and genocides historically, I don't know, hundreds of times throughout Europe, but that doesn't give them permission to do it to the Palestinians. So, you know, I'm trying to just be fair with everybody, but
again, it's not the Jews doing it to the Palestinians, okay? It's the Israelis. So I'm just pointing out that you're trying to say that you're trying to do better. Look, I don't like to point to a group of people. You know, I don't like to point to the Israelis, because it's the Israeli government, but it's also, you know, the U.S. government. Just like how I would never say, you know, the United States people are fucked up because they fucking kill people. No, they're not. The U.S. government is completely fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that it's not the Jews, it's the Israelis. And it's not even the Israelis, it's the fucking Israeli government. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I want to be fair, but even before there was in Israel, there were Zionist Jewish forces that were committing crimes against both Britain and the Palestinian people. So it's this ongoing historical...
Right, but the Zionists aren't the Jews either. Right? There's a bunch of Christian Zionists, aren't there?
Now there is, but not pre-1948 there weren't, you know.
I'm just saying, pre-1948, all the Jews weren't fucking Zionists either.
Well, the ones going to Palestine definitely were.
Well, yeah, the ones going to fucking Israel now are, right?
Right, so it's gotten worse. That's my point. It's just gotten worse and worse. And, you know, if you let something go on and on and on, you're giving permission for evil to occur. This is why we got to call out our American politicians that like Bush and Obama that have committed crimes, and we have to try to stop it. But all we see throughout all of our lives, everybody except what, Nixon and Harvey Weinstein get away with crimes. All the politicians, just nobody busts them, and the good ones get framed. So,
or murdered.
Or murdered, correct.
I'm sorry, they have accidents. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, when you see, if you see something, say something. When you see a crime, whether it's committed by a politician or a famous person or somebody down the block, call it out and defend the innocent and the helpless. And the helpless would include the crazy lady who lives across the street from you. She's helpless. So it's a good thing you try to, stick up for her, man. I do the same shit. I've been picked on in my life.
She was. There was somebody outside her house the other day, and they were filming. They had their camera, their phone out, and it looked like they were filming her house or whatever. And I got put my shoes on, and I went across the street, and I go, "Do you live in this neighborhood?" And she looks at me, and she goes, "I'm her social worker." And I go, "Okay, well, she doesn't do anything outside her little fenced area, just so you know." But
yeah, and a social worker. We don't have any government programs that really help crazy people anymore. I think what Reagan got rid of all that, didn't he? Wasn't it under Reagan?
Again, you can't blame one person. It's this fucked up government that just keeps getting rid of and clamping down on more freedom and more support for the U.S. people. There's plenty of support for the Ukrainian war, plenty of support for Israel, but the U.S. people get less and less, and yes, because all of that has to go to weapons and fighting war. That's what makes the world a better place.
Now, I heard a rumor a couple of days ago, and I've been watching the Johnny Depp trials. Haven't been watching the news. But I heard, remember I told you a month ago that France and England would be the first to cave to the Russian economic system, because they are the most dependent, along with Poland and Lithuania and all the other countries. But I heard a rumor that
none of these motherfuckers are being realistic. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, we can do without Russia. And fucking Putin sitting back there. It's a good plan. Go for it.
But I heard a rumor Germany was just about to buy Russian gas in rubles. In Russian rubles, just like Putin said. From now on, you buy the fucking gas in rubles. So
this is what I just said. They can't do it. They're not going to be able to not buy energy from Russia. It's just not going to happen. They might survive a month at tops.
Yeah, 30 to 40% of Europe's gas comes from Russia, and so and this whole thing is all because of Victoria Nuland and the American government, and it's been going on for a long time. And I got to look at the guy in front of me with a "Fuck Putin" bumper sticker and a Ukrainian flag, and I'm scratching my head going, what a dumb fuck,
And look, it's really simple, people. If the United States hadn't gotten involved in this war, which they've been involved from the very, very start, if they hadn't got involved with this war, it would be done right now. If the United States said, yeah, we got to take care of our people, instead of sending $40 billion worth of fucking aid to Ukraine, because that makes everything better. Again, it would be over. That's the whole point. And that's not what they want. They don't want this to end. They don't want it to be better. They don't want the Ukrainians to move back in. What they want is never-ending war, and they've had it for a long time now.
Well, it kind of makes you think that there could possibly be some connection between giant American corporate forces and the American war machine. It's like they're so connected. It's like, man, everything the American war machine, if you look backwards, it seems like it's benefiting benefiting giant American corporations. And man, it's like there must be some kind of connection there. Maybe the dog is working with the shepherd. I don't know, man. It's suspicious.
It's all about taking care, fucking over the U.S. people. The petroleum industries are deeply involved with the military. You know, the tech industry is fucking overwhelmingly involved with the military. You know, and it's just going to get worse. It's just growing and growing, and it's not like the oil industry being involved is something new, or the tech industry, by the way. IBM got in a lot of trouble for helping the Germans in the 1930s with the beginning of their war.
Yeah, and what's the news on the Ministry of Truth that Biden started 3 days ago? Has that gone over well with everybody?
I think that they got it off the radar by talking about the Supreme Court leak, which has never happened in the history of the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking, man, this is a distraction from something, but because what better way to monopolize the airwaves than to say we're going to get rid of abortion, and within a couple hours you got people surrounding the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, what? This is a psyop, man.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Then okay. So let me point out something again. I told you about when the war is going on, when things are happening. If you tune in to the channel and they're showing commercials, right, then nothing's really happening that you need to see. Okay, I watched the night they announced this abortion leak thing. They did hours of fucking news without showing any commercials. This is what I'm telling you. Not that that was important to see, but my point being, this Ukraine, oh my God, nuclear weapons could rain down on us at any moment, which is the most fucked up shit anybody could tell your child. Nuclear weapons could rain down on us at any moment. That's what they are telling us. But now, a word from our sponsor, except for when it's about abortion, we can't go to commercial break now. I'm just saying, if there was actually something happening, you would probably recognize it right away. And you should be able to recognize right away, as I've told you over and over again, that something's not happening. It's easy to see.
Well, this guy here, Gavin Newsom, I just saw an hour ago, he's going to put abortion rights in the California Constitution. So I guess I'm in favor of that. Somebody's got to, I'm
in favor of freedom. Okay, I don't care. Look, this has nothing to do with me. Okay, if you want to have an abortion, how does that affect me? How would I even know that you had one or were contemplating one? I wouldn't. So unless you came to me for some kind of counseling, but I wouldn't.
Well, it does seem to be going backwards, because Roe v. Wade was 73, unless I'm not correct.
This is exactly the thing I'm talking about, chipping away at freedoms, okay? And this is who our government is. If you look at it realistically, right, they talk about how these people that are calling for a revolution, these people are they're equating them to terrorists. In fact, that's what we heard immediately about the protest on January 6th. But the truth is that in this country, the only way we've ever got any freedom, is by fighting for it. Okay, and that's the best thing about this country, is that the people of this country have always not hesitated to stand up and fight for stuff until now, when they have us so incredibly divided that we can't come together to say, yeah, we got all the power. So my point being, it's, you know, they look at the rebels and they say these people are fucked up, they're dangerous, they're a danger to us all. But the facts are, when you look at these movies, every time you see the rebels are the underdogs that are fighting. Even now in Ukraine, the rebels are the ones that are fucking standing up against the, you know, the Russian horde. So it's this really basic thing about who the heroes are, and they strip it away from Americans. This is what they're doing. Oh, people want to have guns. They're evil. You know, all this stuff. Oh, they want to fight for this kind of freedom or that kind of freedom. Those people are fucked up. This is how divided they have us. Instead of saying, hey, I'm about freedom. This country is about freedom. So that doesn't mean I'm going to stand here and shout the N-word in the middle of the street. But it does mean if somebody wants to do that, they can go and do that. And we'll see how that works out for them. Go ahead.
Well, sometimes they use the word rebel to dirty a group. Like the Houthis originally were aligned with the new government in Yemen, and now they're called, and they laid down all the weapons, 60 million machine guns in Yemen. They laid them all down, and they had a peaceful revolution. And the Houthis, they had a coalition government formed, and then Saudi Arabia started fucking with them because apparently Saudi Arabia makes a lot of money off of Yemen. So now they call the Houthis in Yemen, the Houthi rebels.
Yeah.
So I'm not sticking up for the Houthi because I don't know them that well, only by reputation. But, you know, people call me a rebel, and I'm a good guy. People call you a rebel, you're a good guy. Sometimes you can use a rebel in a disparaging way to dirty the person you're talking about. Patrick Henry, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington were all rebels.
That's right.
So, you know, it's not such a bad thing to be a rebel.
This is what I'm saying. The heroes in the Star Wars movies, may the Fourth be with you, the heroes in the Star Wars movie are fucking rebels. The people that fight for freedom, the people who stand up against persecution, they're always the rebels. And those are the people that we need. We all need to be the rebels. We all need to come together under this one fucking house.
They were trying to kill Senator Palpatine, Mike. I mean, that's bad. I mean, and, they were going against the Empire, Mike. I don't know.
Look, I think that it's pretty obvious what it is that I'm saying. That's exactly right. They're going against the Empire. They're going against the Emperor because the Emperor wants to hold them down. The Emperor wants to act like whatever it is they want is unimportant. But again, when they come together, they have the power to overcome whatever. But that's the rebels, the underdogs, the ones that won't stop. Now, again, this is our history. This is how we got our freedom. This is how we continue to maintain our freedom, is by going into the streets and demanding it. Because women didn't just get the vote because the American government gave it to them. They didn't just get it because, the Congress went, it's about time. They got it because they went into the fucking streets and demanded it. Because we have all the power, you know?
Well, so far, the best tactic I've seen worldwide as a successful tactic against injustice, government injustice, police injustice, it was not Occupy Wall Street. It wasn't the truckers' protests. All that was just another form of occupying space. The best tactic I've seen is a general strike, and it's worked for hundreds of years. General strike. They did it in England in the 16th century. General strike, and the fucking. So
I keep saying that. I keep saying we don't have to pick up weapons. We don't have to fight. We just have to sit down.
Yeah, shut everything down. Eat your potatoes, eat your hot dogs, wait, fuck them.
We don't need them, they need us. And they think it's completely the other way around.
They've been sucking off me my whole fucking life. I mean, I want all the money I earn.
You can let anybody you want suck off you. That's none of our business.
No, man. The government is sucking off the people. Everything the government has is stole from the people. Okay, I'm going to smoke some dope and have a good show and have a good weekend, Michael.
All right. Thanks for calling. It's a good, enjoy your puff.
Okay, take care. Bye.
Everybody needs a deep cleansing breath after that. This is the Ukraine, the sun coming up in the Ukraine. Once again, we've watched this 50, 60, 70 days now? Is that what we've been watching it? And again, it looks like another lovely day in the Ukraine to me. I see all kinds of beauty, and one of the things I notice a lot when I look at these news stories, and they have women and they have children. The children are running around playing tag and got big smiles on their faces. I see this over and over again, and we've looked at children that are very traumatized. We know what that looks like, and I find that interesting. I don't want to see children suffering. It's just something that I'm seeing. I like seeing children with smiles on their faces. That being said, whoop. Sometimes it doesn't hang up. Hello, caller.
What's up, Mark?
Hey, man.
How you doing?
I'm doing. What about you?
This guy does smoke a little stoned.
That does sound pretty good.
Yeah, man. And by the way, weed prices have dropped. I bought an 8 for $18 today.
Nice. That is awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Is it any good? You like it?
Yeah. It's real good. Yeah, that's what I'm stoned on right now. Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking about it the other day, getting ounces for $24. That's like $1 a gram. That's a $24 ounce right there. That's $1 a gram. And I was like, yeah, that should, if they just legalized cannabis across the United States, I bet you that's where we'd be at, somewhere around $1 a gram for good stuff. Maybe $2 a gram,
Yeah, it's me and my neighbors, we were all talking about it, and I was telling them about how what you're just talking about with those bags and that you use, to make butter and stuff.
Yeah.
And edibles, and we was just talking about that shit. But so it's Israel's birthday today.
Yes. Well, kind of. It's the day that they declare independence from wherever. I don't really know. I don't get what it is. I don't really get what it is they declare independence from. So.
Yeah.
But I saw that happening, and I was going to talk about Star Wars. And if you want to talk about Star Wars, we can talk about Star Wars. But I just thought this being a little more topical and unique. I didn't see anything about Israel in any of the mainstream media stuff today, or even the local news. I was kind of surprised.
Okay, hey, let's talk about Star Wars and lightsabers that they use for abortion. What you think about that?
Okay. Lightsabers. See, the nice thing about lightsabers, right, if you're going to do an abortion, is that they seal the wound immediately. So, like, if you get cut by one, right, it's like fire. So it just, cauterizes immediately, right? So that might work really well for abortions, although you need probably a smaller one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But Bubba Fett's backpack looked like a penis.
Yeah, I don't know. His helmet kind of looks like one. But you know what really looks like a penis to me? The smile on the side of the Amazon boxes? It's got that little smile on it. That looks like a penis. That looks exactly like a penis. and I'm told that I'm perverted for thinking that. Trust me, I don't think about
No.
penises all day long, but that looks like a motherfucking penis. And in my opinion, what's happening is Jeff Bezos is rubbing his motherfucking penis in everybody's face, in everybody's home, everywhere across the United States and around the fucking world. And that's kind of funny, actually.
Yeah, man. That is. It's weird how much money these motherfuckers got. Not to say that they don't deserve it, you know, because they create these companies and businesses or patents or whatever, right? But the amount of money that they control baffles the world out of me. You know, just to have that much money, and literally you can buy America if you wanted it. You know.
And from what I understand, China's doing exactly that. I don't know if it's. I think it's kind of demented or something that they own such a huge percentage of the wealth. Because that could probably be used to make really good things happen, and instead they're sitting on it for some selfish purpose that doesn't make any sense. It's not like motherfucking, Elon Musk or fucking Jeff Bezos, if they spent all their fucking money tomorrow trying to save the manatees, right? Trying to save the manatees, every fucking penny they have. Next year, they have $150 million. Okay, so maybe that's not enough for their budget, but I don't have any kind of sympathy for them. If every year you're going to make $150 million, then you don't need all this money. You can give us all the money you have now and then have plenty. And I just think it could be used for more important things. That's all.
Well, they don't want to invest it in something that's going to create competition. So they're not going to invest it in, let's say, poor communities, right? They're not going to go in there and say, hey, look, y'all living so damn bad, we're going to give you a mobile home. And then we're going to, put programs in to get y'all some drugs and stuff like that, or whatever the case may be, right? They can easily do that, but that's not in their nature. It's confusing. It's sad, but shit, man. Just like you said about freedom, man. Sometimes you're not given an opportunity to discuss it because of just who your parents were, or what region you was born in.
I think it's a lot tougher for many people than it is for people born in the right neighborhood. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. And and even all neighborhoods, they still have their own little issues, like whether it be domestic violence or something like that. But I mean, you can't fix all of it, right?
You know what? The problem isn't that you can't fix it, which I don't know if it's true or not. The problem is that it's not the people that have the ability to fix it really aren't trying. They're just like, yeah, let it break more. It's like the infrastructure. They're like, oh, we can patch the potholes, no problem. That's not good enough.
Yeah.
That's going to turn out very poorly for everyone. But what's your favorite Star Wars movie?
Oh, the first one, man. Yeah.
The first one, huh?
The first one.
Why is that?
Yeah, I would, because it was new. I didn't really know those actors and actresses.
Yeah.
And it was really, I've seen other space movies.
Yeah.
But nothing but those. They put so much detail into it because a few people obviously were perfectionists, and the storyline. You guys, because it's the first time you meeting all three characters.
Right. No, I think
so.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's like you had the gunslinger that had, the charm to charm the lady.
And the dog.
You had this, and you had this badass bitch that didn't give a shit, and she was a strong woman. And then you had this young kid that kind of reminded me of the Sorcerer in the Stone. The Sword in the Stone.
Right.
And he pulls out this story, and he's learning all these will powers and he's learned his responsibility throughout the galaxy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you had fucking Chewbacca. Okay, the black dude. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, okay.
Person of color. I like the first three movies, except for once the Ewoks really bothered me a lot. Like,
Yeah.
I don't, this is not making sense. But I liked watching the development of the Luke Skywalker character. It's like, he starts off as this boy, and then over a course of three 2-hour movies, he becomes this, this great figure of strength, and it's pretty neat transformation. But that being said, I like Rogue One the best. Do you know that one, the Rogue One movie?
Yeah. That was pretty interesting because it started from the beginning.
Yeah, I like that one the best. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just about the Death Star, and
Yeah. I like that one because everybody dies.
Planet Killer.
Yeah, and I just feel like that's more realistic than so much of this other stuff that we see. But and it has Donnie Yen in it. I really like the fucking the Jedis in that movie are so freaking cool. In the other movies, everybody's kind of nerdy, but in that movie, people are pretty cool.
Yeah. It was and with the new version of the Skywalker trilogy, whatever one of these new ones they're making with the female storyline, I just never could follow it correctly. I guess.
Is that a TV series or is that?
No. Like when the Skywalker, when Star Wars came back.
Oh yeah.
Female.
Right.
It just. Yeah, and then you have a black stormtrooper. I'm like, okay, and but then he will, to be this other thing, and I can see a stormtrooper turning. So it doesn't matter what nationality actor was, by the way. I see the storyline where the stormtrooper turns, but I just don't understand where this freaky bitch is. That's what she got going on with her. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm still trying to figure her out, and she's a damn mystery. And then when the second one came out, or whatever the fucking number it was, when her and the new Darth, whatever his name is, was talking way to each other.
Yeah.
I'm like, where did that come from? Like, what did I miss?
Yeah.
Like, is there a book or a magazine I'm supposed to go read before I see this one?
Yeah.
Because it just didn't make sense in that, and then I got lost, and then I got uninterested.
Yeah.
I watched none of the new ones. But I'm excited about this Obi-Wan.
That's what happened to me when that fourth Star Wars movie came out. The fourth one, the one with Jar Jar Banks or whatever. That one was just like, okay, I can't do this anymore. And then I didn't watch any more Star Wars. I honestly would not have seen Rogue One if it wasn't Christmas Eve and the bros all wanted to go. It might have been Christmas Day and they all wanted to go see the movie. So, okay, let's go see the movie.
Oh, okay.
But otherwise, I probably wouldn't have seen it. And I'm glad I did. Like I said, I like Donnie Yen. And I was really glad. A blind Jedi is a great character for him.
Oh, yeah. He's still ninja mode, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but that whole franchise, man, I remember when I was a little kid, I had my stepdad bought me the Millennium Falcon, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was a little kid, you get your toys and stuff. Yeah.
I remember I got a space shuttle when I was a kid. It was like a G.I. Joe thing. Man, that was I wanted that so bad.
Yeah, man. I used to hope and pray for a Transformer.
Yeah, is that right? If I only had one of those, my life would be complete.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then, you always got friends who got the toys.
Yeah.
Right? You're like, yeah, man, you got good parents.
Video games are stupid.
Yeah. But hey, I heard you and the other fella talking about the Scottish stuff being like just something to throw out and take, the attention off of something else.
Yeah, the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
I think honestly that's about the 2022 election mostly, but it seems to work really well for distraction also.
I think that the reason why it leaked is because both parties wanted to leak just to do a just to get a temperature of the nation on the issue.
Huh.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so they can actually make what their decision is from that or something.
Yeah, because it's very controversial. Like, and I get it, like how the Constitution is. The states control what happens in their states, right? But that hot issue, if you pass it, then can you imagine if women just don't vote Republican? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And shit, and then it's like in there raping incest. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So they got to check this. I just feel that they checking the temperature of the nation. It's like a litmus test, right? And say, okay, let's see where we are.
Yeah.
Before we make this decision, do we got all the ducks in a row? Because we gonna catch hell with if we do this. If we don't do it, we're not gonna catch hell. Because therefore, it'll stop the conversation about it. Really.
Like you were saying.
That's what I think.
Yeah, like what you were saying. For me, it's like all the women all of a sudden say we're not going to vote Republican, right? I think I think that's pretty much 90% of what it was about. But that's just my opinion. I understand completely what you're saying for them to float this out there and see, how the people are going to react to it.
Yeah, and it just makes sense to me because, and you see that a lot of people are not reacting to it the way they think.
That's because, why that is because people our minds are on so many other things. Like, inflation and, it's not just inflation. Things are getting harder to find. I see I see spots in the grocery store where there should be stuff and there's not stuff. So
I went to Arby's the other day.
Yeah.
And I was trying to get me an Arby's sandwich and walked in there. I see they give a sign on the door. Closed at 3 o'clock. No employees.
Yeah.
Short staff. I'm like, damn. So it's everywhere, man. And also I think that with the power of social media, everybody's got a voice, man. Like, you got your own fucking TV show. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're talking about Arby's closing early and stuff because they're short-staffed.
Meaning people are understanding their work.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna Craig has a lot of people that he does, a lot of businesses that he does technical support for. Craig does, and he has a place downtown that's a restaurant, bakery kind of place, espresso kind of place, very snazzy, they have a line out the door all the time. They're closing. They have a line out the door all the time. They're closing because he can't keep cooks on staff giving him $40 an hour. $40 an hour, and they won't show up for work. So I guess
that should tell you that down the road, politicians made decisions that wind up hurting the majority of Americans, but making very few Americans wealthy. So that's why you have this major discord. And it's affected every industry. And so people are like, fuck it, I'll go to business by myself. We got so many lawnmower carrier people where I live at, man, it's crazy. People are really just getting a pickup truck and starting their own fucking job.
I really like that. I think that that's one of those things where, if you want to do it, you can do it. So, but you got to really want to do it. It's not just you're gonna snap your fingers and it's gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I think I like seeing that. It's just I think what happened maybe what happened part of it is that the people stayed home for like a year and a half or something, you know, didn't have work to go to, and then they go back to work and they go, you know what, I don't like going to work. So I'm not going to do it anymore.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So yeah, well, you know, you're used to not having a boss. You know, you get your freedom, and you go, hey, how am I going to spend my day today? And next thing you know, you got your clock set for 6 a.m. and you're like, fuck.
Mike, since I retired in 2015, I haven't worked.
Good.
And you know, but I'm going to get back to the job market, and but it's more or less.
You're gonna buy a bong shop, right? Gonna sell some glass.
Something like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's what I can do. Yeah, but yeah, it's you know, I think with everything that's going on, let me ask you this question. I talked to one of my friends about this, and he was bringing up like, why is porn like stepdad, stepmom, stepsister, blah 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 blah, daughter, son, right? And I was like, well, if you're looking through porn to watch a porn video and you see that and that gets your attention, is that normal? You know, because honestly, I believe a lot of that is fucking up the men's mind to where they don't have to impress a mate. If that's their fucking thing.
Well, what is it that makes women's minds so fucked up?
I would probably say, you know what? I would probably say it started with their household and their upbringing.
And the incest, is that right? No, I think. Look, I think. I think that.
You gotta have the baby now.
I think that when you start indulging in erotic material, you know, you start looking at porn, you start looking at magazines. I remember I got my first stack of Playboys when I was 9 years old, 10 years old, you know, and by the time I was, you know, 12 or 13, Playboy just wasn't working for me anymore. You know, I had to have Penthouse magazine or Hustler. It's that you look for something else, and it's not just that. There's like you know, again, I think this is very much human nature. It's one of those things where I tell you, I don't want to judge people, you know, because lots of people like lots of different things. I had a woman who told me she loves sticking frozen Snicker bars up her ass. What?
Well, yeah.
But I don't know that it was true or anything. I didn't taste her. But I think that's you know, everybody's got their own thing, and I don't, and you know, it's like, and it's not necessarily that because they watch a movie about, you know, daddy daughter, that they, you know, they're gonna go home and rape their daughter, you know.
Yeah, I ain't saying that neither, but he was just asking about like, why do they name it that? I'm like, well, the question you need to be asking is why that gets men's attention and they watch it. They could name it anything, weed killer. You know what I'm saying? You know, people still gonna watch it, but that's what I was, those certain titles, and that's what I was really alluding to my buddy about.
Absolutely, that's why in porno movies they use words like innocent and bald and stuff like that. In titles, you know, in the titles of movies, they use. That's why they use the word teen in so many porno movies. Because everybody's like, ooh, fresh meat, you know.
Yeah, right. Fresh meat my ass. That thing combat tested, combat approved, you know. Yeah.
So, are you watching Star Wars movie tonight, or you just hanging out? What's going on with you?
Oh, well,
enjoying your...
Got company coming.
Right on. You got somebody you spark up with?
No, I don't believe so. My son's, he got the prom. So his date's coming in from out of town.
Yeah. Right on. Well, it's
Yeah.
always good to have friends, man. I'm really glad to hear you got somebody to have a nice evening with. When friends come over, it's just like, it kind of feels like, hey, how do you like, it's like, make yourself comfortable. I'm so glad that you're here. I love that feeling, of just like welcoming someone that you totally trust,
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, but that's it, man. Like, my wife's almost done with this semester. The kids will be done with school in the next
Awesome.
couple weeks. So,
Awesome. Taking the summer off? They taking the summer off?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
You got plans?
Yeah.
Going to Hawaii?
Nah. If I go anywhere, it'll be to what I'm looking at now is getting with my other two daughters and taking my mother's remains back to her ashes in South Carolina.
Huh. Cool. That sounds like fun. And if you're gonna go to Hawaii, you want to go on Thanksgiving. That's the best time to go.
I went to Vegas in December one time, and,
Yeah.
it was a good time to go.
Well,
Yeah.
this Vegas in December is kind of cold, but it's better to be cold than fucking 115 degrees outside, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, you're right on that one. That's a hot spot, man.
Yeah, Craig loves Vegas. Didn't you just go to Vegas? Didn't you just go there like in the last year or so?
No, that was L.A. That was L.A. in August.
Right on.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Coachella area. Yeah, but I'll be making that trip again around the same time. Fantasy football league.
Right on. Sounds like fun.
But yeah, and I think they're trying to do it in Vegas this year. So I'm like, for like just to I don't know, go get an Airbnb or something, hang out for a weekend.
Sounds like the good life to me, man.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But all right, Mox, man.
Jay, did you start any plants yet?
No, I just left my buddy tonight, and I was checking his out. His grew like 8 inches over the weekend.
They grow fucking fast, man.
Yeah, I mean they're coming up real nice. Nice thick stem is starting to show.
Yeah.
So he's pretty excited. And, so I think he said maybe about maybe 7 more weeks left, and they'll be done.
Yeah, cool.
And then maybe 2 weeks, I guess, the prep or whatever. You got to do the other stuff. So, but it's the first time they're ever growing. So,
Oh, that's awesome.
Doing well.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, this dude and the dude makes wine, bro.
Nice. A man has got to have priorities.
Yeah. Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I was going to ask you something, and it had something to do with out there where you're at. But damn it, I forgot, man. Shit. Oh well.
That happens to me all the time. I'll give you a minute. You can think about it. Everybody doing good at your house?
Yeah, man. Just school, man. Just pushing it, and then my daughter will be starting middle school, and then we'll have one in elementary, and then my son will be a senior.
Dude, you got them spread out.
My son can graduate. Hopefully, my son can graduate in December.
Oh, that would be awesome, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, but if he don't, just depends on however he wanted to do it.
All right, B. It's good to hear from you, man. I always like talking with you. I hope I will tell Ty Mike said hi.
Okay, but I will, man.
All right, I'll talk to you soon. I hope.
All right.
See ya.
Okay, take care.
All right, I gotta play a video for you all. This is about This is about EU leaders celebrating the independence of Israel Day, and I play this because again, Mike was talking about England and France and how committed they are to Israel and why, and I thought that would be interesting. I'm gonna go heat up my tea, and I'll be back momentarily. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's always better when you're here. Never forget. And it is a call-in show, so I'll be back to answer phones and have a bong hit with you momentarily.
recognized its existence. Until the 1967 war, France was one of Israel's main arms suppliers, but ties nosedived at the time of the 1967 war, when President Charles de Gaulle slapped an arms embargo on Israel. The era of chilly relations ended in 1981, when François Mitterrand became president. Since then, ties have gone from strength to strength. From Mitterrand speaking in front of the Israeli parliament in 1982 to Emmanuel Macron's pre-pandemic visit in 2020, diplomatic relations have become strong, as reinforced in the demographics. France hosts the largest Jewish community in Europe, while around 150,000 French people live in Israel. Some of them have immigrated in the last decade amid fears and more of rising anti-Semitism in France. But despite all this, France has stood strong as a friend of the Israeli state, with Macron even saying during his 2020 visit that anti-Zionism is a form of anti-Semitism.
So, Mr. Ambassador, thank you for your time. We've just seen how our relations came to being, and I would like to ask you, how do you see the current state of affairs?
Well, the current state of affairs, letting aside the pandemic period of time, the relationship France to Israel is really excellent today, and maybe the best is yet to come. But 3 points maybe. First, we are one of the closest allies of Israel in terms of fighting against terrorism and working on all the security issues, with a deep involvement in the military issue regarding the fight against ISIS in particular. Mm-hmm. The second issue is about the fact that we have in France, behind the United States, the largest Jewish community. Correct. And here we have about 170,000 Jews coming from France here in Israel. So that makes a very special link. And maybe say that, again, the fight against anti-Semitism. This is very important in our relationship, because we are very clear on that in France with the president and the government, and it has been reaffirmed by President Macron to President Herzog when he came to France last March. So really, all in all, the relations today are really excellent.
Yes, anti-Semitism, unfortunately, always a timely topic to an extent. Thank you very much, Mr. Danon. And before, again, we dive into the conversation, let's take a look at the recap of relations between Israel and Italy.
At the end of World War II, Italy was one of the first countries to recognize the State of Israel, with the first Italian ambassador to Israel arriving in Tel Aviv in 1949. Israelis are fascinated by Italian culture, making many visits for tourism, study, work, and scientific research. Italians view Israel as a democratic Mediterranean ally that has common historical roots in the Holy Land, that's given a continued mutual contribution to the development of each other's local communities. For Israel, Italy is a gateway to the European market. For developing Israeli companies, collaboration with Italian industry means access to multi-domain manufacturing and high-tech cooperation. Similarly, Italian companies also value the developmental foothold they can achieve with presence and flourishing in the Israeli market. Italy's been one of the most popular potential tourist destinations for Israelis also during the pandemic. The mutual import-export economy for Israel and Italy is increasing steadily.
So, Mr. Ambassador, this is how we got to this point. What do you foresee to the near future?
In bilateral relations?
Yes, correct.
Well, first of all, I have to say I'm extremely happy to be here in what I consider a neighboring country, frankly, because, I mean, we share the Mediterranean.
Right.
So in a certain way, we are neighboring countries. Relations with Italy are extremely good. By generalizing a little bit, relations are based on shared interests, common values, and friendship. And I have to say that I'm extremely lucky to represent a country which is much loved in Israel. And I perceive this, I mean, most of people I talk to have something nice to say about Italy. So this is a peculiar privilege in being here. I mentioned friendship. Friendship is not just a matter of interest and values, it's something more, it's a matter also of feelings. After 2 years of not being able to meet, what I envisage is a possibility at last now to be able for our leaders to meet. And we have a program we are working on of Italian leaders coming to Israel. We hope also the reverse will be done to Italy. So it is, again, to restart. Friends like to meet each other, and they just like not only to talk on the phone, but to go and visit each other.
No, you know, it's so refreshing usually in geopolitics and diplomacy. We use such cynical terms. So to talk about genuine friendship, it's quite refreshing.
Yeah, this is what is.
Stories of the hour today, Israel.
She's a bitch, right?
Oh, shit.
She's a bitch, right? She's a bitch, right? She's a bitch, right?
Sorry. I clicked on something and it clicked on the OBS and then we were all fucked! But I wanted you guys to see that. I'm going to have a puff here. I wanted you to see that. The telephone number is right there on the screen, 805-669-6397. It is May the 4th. May the 4th be with you. And if you'd like to talk about Star Wars, we can do that. I think my favorite character from the Star Wars movies was Donnie Yen. I'm a big fan of his work, though. And I was really glad to see him in the movie because he played a blind Jedi, and I mean, I liked it so much that I hope that he makes a kung fu movie really soon where he's a blind guy or some other movie. Well, I really want him to do it. His fucking hands are so fast; they're like fucking lightning. Everybody played a blind kung fu master. He should do that. That would be freaking awesome. Did he do that already? Anybody know? I know there's some Donnie Yen fans out there. Anyways, that was my favorite. Beyond all else, the Chewbacca character is brilliant, more or less. And R2-D2 and C-3PO, really both of those characters are quite brilliant too. Even more so, I think, than the Wookiee, the Chewbacca. But by far, Donnie Yen is my favorite. So let's see. What about you? What's your favorite Star Wars character? Actually, I'm growing a strain right now called Skywalker. It's about that tall, and hopefully it will grow 8 inches over the weekend. But I don't know. Let's see. What was Sirit Iwu? Is that his name? Yeah. Surprising, let's see, Rogue One, Star Wars story, surprising favorite was the character Chirrut Iwa? I don't know how to pronounce that. Played by the impeccable Donnie Yen. I know how to pronounce that. And it's appropriate and deserving. So, in my limited opinion. What will we do next, people? Let's tour the Ukraine once again. I'm pretty much out of videos. Let's see. I don't actually know what I played so far. I do. I'm just kidding. I still have a video of the U.S. ambassador talking. I don't think I played that one yet. I really don't know. I don't keep track, people. Actually, usually I do. I scratch them off, but I'm rambling because no one's calling, and I don't know whether to talk about Star Wars or Israel, but it's really the same thing, isn't it? It's the same old story. It's the downtrodden fighting the empire, right? Both of them are the same story, aren't they? Because, I mean, that's the way it looks to me, the story of Israel, the story of Palestine. It looks like, you know, the downtrodden are being beaten down even more. And it's weird because this is another one of these circumstances, right? When we see the people stand up in the Ukraine, they're rebels, they're, you know, the underdog, they're gonna fight, they're having amazing fucking victories over the Russian horde. You know, those people are they're heroes, right? But when Americans themselves want to have guns, when Americans themselves want to fight their government for, you know, freedom, the first thing that they call them is terrorist. Well, in the case of Occupy, it was public fornicators, public defecators, and drug users, right? That was Occupy. That's how they referred to Occupy right at the beginning of it. And then it became terrorist, you know, problem. The media wasn't saying it so much, but the government, the police station, the police state, they were headed that direction. And the Department of Homeland Security declared the Occupy protesters as potential terrorist threat. And when they did that, they sent in the cops, and the cops bloodied everybody's fucking head because they could, because they were a threat. And this is not, I don't see how, you know, the Occupy was as peaceful a protest as I've ever seen. It was this like beautiful coming together thing. And like everybody was reaching out to everybody. It wasn't like some homeless camp where, you know, everybody's going over here. You know, it wasn't like that. It was this big centralized community. And they were protesters, and it was beautiful, and people were playing music, and people were cooking food, and it went on for over a year. But not in the United States. In the United States, again, the Department of Homeland Security under Barack Obama labeled these peaceful protesters potential terrorist threat. Under Obama, who promised, if you go into the streets, I'll be standing there shoulder to shoulder with you. Apparently not. And funny how people's opinions change once they get what they want. I don't even give a fuck. We should be talking about Star Wars. Who gives a shit about Israel anyways? I can tell you right now, the only shit that I give about Israel is that they're murdering women and children, innocent women and children. Aren't all women and children innocent? No, of course not. But more or less, 99.9% of them are. not so innocent in some cases, but don't deserve to be drone striked. Don't deserve to be told, go here and you'll be safe, and then here gets bombed intentionally. Drone striking brothers 9, 10, and 11 years old playing soccer on the beach. You tell me, does that sound like Star Wars at all to you? May the 4th be with you. Because it does sound a little bit like Star Wars. It sounds a little bit like, the Empire, who's all powerful, who has all the weapons, and again, these underdog rebels. What's up, Jay?
Hey, Mike, I've been listening to the conversation tonight. It's been a good conversation. Brandon, Mike from SoCal, Manny, all really great conversations. And I wanted to add a little bit to it, not too much, but this the Great Seal of the United States that you were alluding to earlier, right? That's on the back of the dollar bill. It's the one. So the Great Seal it was a metal disc that was made in 1782. So they would stamp documents with this disc, to be the symbol of the United States. And if you Google the Great Seal of the United States, you'll see a picture of that very first die. It's a cast die that they would stamp documents with to prove that it was like our document. And it was made in 1782. However, there was a committee that created this symbol, and there was a discussion and debate, and they chose this symbol. What's interesting about it is that other people who were on the committee but whose idea they didn't accept, one of those people was Benjamin Franklin, and he wanted the motto of the United States to be "Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God."
There you go.
Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God.
This is what I keep saying, people. Go ahead.
Okay. And Thomas Jefferson, I think he was our third president, Thomas Jefferson adopted Benjamin Franklin's motto, "Rebellion to tyrants is the obedience to God," as his own motto for the rest of it. He found those words. He would stamp his own documents with those words, "Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God." But what's interesting about the Great Seal is the fact that they did not adopt that slogan on the Great Seal. That wasn't the slogan that they adopted. And what they did adopt was, there are two mottos that appear. One is called "Anui Copis," which is Latin, signifies that Providence has approved of our undertakings. So in other words, God has had favor upon us. That's what that means, "Anui Copitus." And then the other one, "Novus Ordo Seclorum," means a new order for the ages. So God will have blessings upon us, and we are creating a new order for the ages, right? And then in the eagle's hands, on one hand he has olives, right? And then olive branches, which is a symbol of peace, and the other hand has weapons, 13 arrows, right?
Right.
And he looks away from the arrows. The eagle looks away from the arrows as though it was a peaceful creature, right? So I think it's just a fucking Orwellian symbol from the beginning, and they knew. I mean, the really smart ones like Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson and several other of the founders of the nation, they understood that this was a government that could potentially be fucked up and could go in a wrong direction. And from the very beginning, like, they forgot that they never wanted other people to rule over them, right? They always wanted this concept that they could rule themselves. And if it got to a point where other people were ruling over the people, well, then that was the time to create a new government in their minds. that's all history, Mike. That's not like conjecture or anything. You can look up Thomas Jefferson's motto, or look up the Great Seal and read it yourself. I mean, these were ideas that they were thinking about 230 years ago.
I love that, and that's basically what I preach every day. You know, is that look, the only reason that they can do this to us is they have us so divided. It's idiotic. You know, it's as easy as can be for us to overcome this this tyranny. Okay, because that's what it is. It's not freedom. They're stealing our natural resources. They're forcing us into perpetual war, and they're making us kneel down to the comply or die police state for fucking breadcrumbs. Okay, so this is a tyranny, not in any way a democracy or a republic.
No, it's not. It was founded as a republic, but it certainly is not a republic. That is a fact. Like, we do not have real, legitimate representative government in the United States. It just isn't real. I mean, that's a fact.
Yeah.
So this whole thing about tyrants and rule of other, having rule over you, I think that they knew damn well what was going on. And there were 13 states, and they already had developed the Ohio River Valley and the near south, as they started to move across the continent. They knew damn well what was going to happen. They knew they were going to conquer all of these lands and survey them and give them land. So America was founded, I think, on this principle of capitalism, Mike. And I think that that we enriched very wealthy people to rule us from the very beginning. And those are the real people who rule us. Like in the early 1800s, it was the DuPont family. They ruled us, their wealth or whatnot. And then throughout the 1800s, as industrialism took off, we trusted people to rule us, like bankers from New York and industrialists who made railroads and who made steel and who built all of our buildings. We trusted them. Why we trusted them, I don't know. But, there's always been this thing where, America is intricately intertwined with the development of capitalism in the world. And that's what we fail to recognize, I think, as Americans, is that we aren't just Americans that are colonists, but we're Americans who are colonists who were at the very beginning of the Industrial Revolution promoting capitalism, which is basically, I got mine, I can get more. The more I get, the better for me, and whatever happens to you is not my concern.
You know what? I think that you're right. I mean, we're all capitalists. I mean, I don't know that that's the reason that they wanted to declare independence, but they were definitely all businessmen, and that's the way business seems to work.
Seems to work that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. And all of us, I don't know. I don't know how many of my four people, my ancestors were here in 1800, but I know most of them weren't. And those people who emigrated to the United States or came to the United States, they were always under the thumb of the super rich people who basically said, here's a job for very, very little, and there you go, do it, and we'll make some money off of you. But it was always about making money off of people's labor and making money in profits. I just think that's important to think about, because at a certain point, these banks and corporations like today have more power over us than we have over ourselves. They always have had it, but now it's just reached this point where we have billionaires that have $250 billion in assets in one human being. So it's just capitalism has reached this point where it's just ridiculous. It's not fair. There's no fairness involved in this at all. It's about who you know and who you can manipulate and how you can take situations and turn them to your favor. People like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, and that's how they make their money, right?
I think so. I think that
these people.
yeah, I think that it's really strange the way that they're worshipped. It's as if it's almost like people believe I could do that. I could be the next Jeff Bezos, you know, or something to that effect. You know, I want to be rich too, you know, so I'm not going to think badly of these people or whatever. I wish I had a $500 million yacht. Come on, Jeff Bezos has two. I should be able to get one. You know, I think that that's just part of this dream, you know, like, George Carlin used to talk about, you know, George Carlin, the American dream, yeah. Why do they call it the American dream? Because you have to be asleep to believe it, or something to that effect.
Oh, right. Damn, I wish I could go to sleep and be part of the American dream. Ooh, yeah, that'd be great. Maybe I'll dream about being in the American dream tonight when I go to sleep. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know what it will take for the American people to wake up, but I did want to point that out, that the American seal is real. And a lot of people attribute, you know, today, attribute the symbols, and I do as well, on the dollar bill as Masonic symbols. According to this Wikipedia article, which I would not trust at all, but according to them, the symbol of like the great eye of providence, which is over the pyramid, I've always kind of thought of it as like a seeing eye or an omnipresent eye, which if you think about attaching that to the government, doesn't seem like a great idea to me. But it actually is a Christian motif, according to Wikipedia. It was a fairly common Christian motif in the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, commonly used in Europe and America throughout the 18th century, still found in Catholic, Orthodox, and Protestant churches. The eye above the pyramid symbolizes the Holy Trinity of God's omniscience surrounded by rays of glory and God's divinity. And again, I find that interesting because we have this thing where we separate the church from the state, and that was a big part of our government, is we separated the church from the state, and we wouldn't let the church control our government. But we still have all of these Christian symbols on our money, and then when we go to war against Islamic countries, we always act like, you know, because of their religion, they're crazy or something. Or there's something fundamentally different about them because they're a Muslim nation. And I really think we are a warmongering Christian nation that has been at war continually, practically, since like 1790 with everybody in the fucking world. All of the people in North America we killed, all the people from the Spanish-American War, the late 1800s, you know, participation in both world wars, Korea, Vietnam, all the countries that we've overthrown around the world. We've just been in a continual war. So that symbol of like the eagle turning his head away from the arrows is almost like Orwellian, because it's the opposite of what is real, you know? Like a weird mind fuck kind of doublespeak.
Yeah, pretty much everything on the dollar bill is very Orwellian. Everything about our country, government, has become incredibly Orwellian. You know, this is not good. And I know that you deserve better, you know? So that's why I talk about this stuff. But
I watched a couple of podcasts earlier today, Mike, about how the government could spend $33 billion, right?
Yeah.
And it's like the entire, when you break the budget down, it's like the entire, all the money allocated to the Department of the Interior, all the money allocated like to the Department of Energy, all of those numbers are less than $33 billion.
Yeah.
And there's lots of problems that need to be solved in the United States.
Right.
But then I saw this, Glenn Greenwald, he said, we spent $850 billion on the Afghan war. Some people, you know, obviously it was much more than that, but that was a number, the military aid in Afghanistan. That worked out to be $45 billion a year for 20 years is what that worked out to be. And we've just spent over like $40 billion allocated by Congress in the last 3 months. for Ukraine. So Afghanistan was a boondoggle for the military-industrial complex. Afghanistan doesn't exist anymore. So now we're just taking the money we would have spent in Afghanistan for our weapons manufacturers, Raytheon and Boeing, and we're spending that money now in Eastern Europe instead. So the money is still being spent, and the weapons manufacturers are still getting their checks, and they're still making Javelin missiles and stuff. It's just now they're going to use them in Eastern Europe instead of Afghanistan. See, we solved that problem.
It's a big problem, we can't just let these things sit on the shelf. They need to go somewhere. We have more of them being made right now, and if we don't have shelf space, we're fucked.
Yeah, and these weapons only last for so long before they have to be replaced. Bombs only good for 20 years or something.
Oh, it can't be that long.
Get a new one.
They must have a much shorter expiration date than that, because we want our troops to be safe.
Yeah. God bless the tools on the front line. We need their support. They got to be armed and they have to have good kit and stuff and be able to kill people in a heartbeat.
They need to be, acted as if they're putting their lives on the line. Again, most of them go in there to learn a trade, okay, and then they get forced into this shit. So I don't want to again group them into this little tiny group that likes killing people, okay, because some people like killing people. That's why they go there. Most people, that's not the reason they go.
Well, I would hope that there are people inside of the U.S. military who are organizing soldiers to make them understand what imperialism is about. And I bet that's one of the hardest fucking jobs in the world, right? Could you imagine, being undercover in the military and trying to convince people that imperialism is bad as they're going through 8 weeks at Camp Lejeune in South Carolina or something like that, right? It must be a hard task. But we are going to have to convince people in their young 20s or late teens even who made the decision to join the military that it's a bad idea. And I think people in the military trying to convince other people in the military to do that would be a noble, heroic endeavor. Kind of on the level of Star Wars, like when you get in the Empire and you can wear one of those suits and talk to everybody around you and say, this is a really bad fucking idea, don't you think? And they're like, yeah, I think so too. So, when that starts to happen, we might see some change. And having the military on your side is always important. For the kinds of things that you're talking about. So
yeah.
The last time,
that's why Ron Paul
absolutely.
Always said that we have to have the draft. We have to have the draft because the way it is now, not everyone is involved. If everyone and their children were involved, then it would probably cut way back on the most, on the way, on the fucking soldiering and all of that. People are, kids are dying everywhere. We saw what happened in Vietnam, and I think it would break out a lot faster here because I don't know, maybe not. I see this fucking propaganda in the news. Everybody's overwhelmingly in support of the Ukraine, but I don't know that that's true, and I find it hard to believe that people are in support of the military-industrial complex. Let me put it that way.
I hope that that's true. The propaganda is pretty overwhelming. It's on sports. It's like you said. It's embedded in the news broadcast. It's in dramas on television. It's on TV.
Every single talk show is talking about it, where moms tune in to hear fucking Oprah and shit. All those people are talking about it. And it's all, we've been looking at these same exact cameras for 80 days now, okay? And what I see is the same thing that we've seen every single day, which is no plumes of smoke off in the distance. We've seen lovely sunrises come up again and again. And
It's been...
Yeah?
Yes. You said it's been... I'm listening, Mike.
What's that?
You said it's been. I'm listening. I interrupted you.
I'm just saying it's been this way consistently. We've seen numerous bike riders go by here. We've seen, numerous cars. Obviously it's not the traffic that you would expect on a normal day, but we see people driving. It's not like they're speeding as fast as they can. It's not like their cars are all shot up. It's not like bicycle riders are afraid that a bomb's going to drop in front of them. So there's something different going on than what we're being told is going on. Go ahead.
I think that the war is very localized.
Yeah.
In the Ukraine. And in fact, it's happening in eastern Ukraine and in southern Ukraine, and the line of demarcation is very clear. Like there's a very clear line that, and the Russians are moving forward like a couple of miles a day, kind of like that, over like 3 different fronts. And they're going to put more pressure on this government until the government either collapses and they put another government in power, or until the government negotiates with Russia, one or the other. And there ain't a goddamn thing. They can send weapons until hell freezes over. But absent that, there's not much they can do. And this government's going to fold soon. I read reports this weekend about the conscripts that the Russians are fighting on the front lines. And they said they're mostly older people, 40 to 50 years old kind of people, and that they only received like less than like 3 weeks or 4 weeks of military training, which means they've never been in a war zone. And it said that from the artillery barrages that they're experiencing, that a lot of these conscripts are experiencing PTSD.
Yeah.
And that they take after they said, this particular article said that this group of people that they were with, and there were 150 people, said might have been the survivors of a group of 600 people, 400 of them who had died over a 9-week period of time, and they were getting 2 weeks of a break. And this article said that under normal war conditions, people who had experienced 8 to 9 weeks of constant combat would require months and months of R&R just to get their shit together so that they could go back and fight. Russia has only used 10% of its military fighting this war in Ukraine, which means they can recirculate fresh troops into the battlefield. They don't have to have the guys go at it for just 3 months straight, living in a foxhole. They don't have to do that because they can rotate fresh troops. Ukraine can't do that. There's limitations to what they can do. They can send armies to they can send military weapons to corpses, but that isn't going to defeat the Russians. If they don't have soldiers on the ground, like American or Polish or Romanian soldiers on the ground to replace those Ukrainian soldiers, Ukraine's going to fall. Everybody knows this.
I think that there's thousands of contractors being moved into Ukraine. I'm pretty much sure, there's no doubt in my mind that there's these people like you were talking about, or I was talking about, that like to kill people, and they make big money, and they see action, and they're like, hey, let me in. So
they only sign up for 6 weeks before they get a trip back to Berlin, or get a trip to Amsterdam, before they go home to the States.
Yeah, because you gotta be able to sleep sometime. But what I'm saying is, I'm pretty sure thousands of them are being moved into place. So hopefully what you're saying is true. I don't want to see older people with no military training being hurt and shell-shocked, because a lot of times you don't ever snap out of that PTSD.
Yeah. Well,
it doesn't go away.
This article said that the reason why there were older people, 40s and their 50s and older, people who are not in the prime of their working life, let's say 30 to 35 years old, most of those people left Ukraine. They had to pay $1,500, which is a lot of money in Ukraine. And if they could come up with $1,500, they were able to get a visa and leave the country. And then they got all of these perks when they went to these other countries. So my roommate or housemate was explaining to me that people from Ukraine, when they go to Poland, they just get a check and an apartment, for moving to Poland, which often is better working conditions and living conditions than they had initially in the Ukraine, because the economy in the Ukraine is so poor. So many men and women in their 30s and 20s have left the Ukraine. Like, they're not there. They didn't get conscripted.
It looks like to me a lot of people were shipped out, just like, oh, come on, you gotta go, which leaves a bunch of empty buildings, which if there's a bunch of empty buildings, why the fuck would Russia bomb empty buildings? You know what I'm saying? You get the people out of the way and then you like drop bombs. We don't know who dropped bombs. No, it was Russia. Go ahead.
You're right. And it's kind of, it's a great story when they can show this level and then blame it on the Russians when we really don't know what happened. Like, I think we've seen several examples of like false flag type situations, like in the suburb Bucha, right? Mm-hmm. The bodies that had white bands on their arms and were pointing the wrong direction, kind of dispersed on the street, and they claimed it was the Russians, but the timing of the bodies, the decomposition of the bodies, none of it matched the story, nor did the victims match the story.
Yeah.
And it was portrayed to the American people as a massacre by the Russians, and it probably wasn't. So there's been all kind of like false tales and false stories being perpetrated by the official media and by the state.
Yeah.
So
the first casualty of war is the truth. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, that is a fact. But we, of course, do have the picture of the president at the Lockheed Martin plant in Alabama yesterday. And I think that this is what Benjamin Franklin was talking about when he was talking about the tyrants. Don't let the tyrants rule us, and we have the right to overthrow the fucking tyrants.
It's not that we have the right, it's that we have the duty to overthrow the tyrants. It's, having the right to do it means you can sit back on your couch and play video games forever, or we can come together and fucking have all the power. Okay? And that's what they're saying, is that it's not that we have the right to do it, it's we have the responsibility. We have the duty to do it. These people are evil motherfuckers, and they're spreading evil around the world in your name, with your money and your children's futures. Okay? That's what Benjamin Franklin was talking about. When he's saying that this is your duty in order to be, what was it?
It was rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God.
There you go. It's your duty. If you're a good person, this is what we have to do. We have to come together and stop the evil that's being done in our names. Otherwise, we're not doing our duty to God.
Yeah, it's just like a moral choice that people need to make. It's an obligation, if you're going to call yourself a human being, to not allow tyrants to rule over you. It's like something you have the right to do, is remove these people. And I bet in Native American cultures, to go back a notch, right? I bet that like they have much more power about removing chiefs that had illegitimate power in their tribe. They had all kinds of mechanisms in place where they could remove a leader from power if that leader didn't represent the people. So I don't know. There's a lot of hero worship that goes on in our culture, and I kind of wish that the hero worshiping would go away, and we wouldn't look to individuals. And that's part of the problem I have with Star Wars. I mentioned that in chat. I understand that it's like the French resistance fighting the Empire. And they get a couple of victories, and it makes you feel good, and I understand that. But there's this other side of the story where it's like the individual, like Han Solo or Luke Skywalker, is like the one, like the one who is saving so many. And I always see it as like everybody who was loading the Millennial Falcon with supplies, everybody who was entertaining them as when they were at different places. They were also part of the resistance, you know what I'm saying? And to kind of just focus on a hero and solving all of our problems, that's like it's like a Western. And it is, Star Wars is kind of like a Western, you know, like the good guys ride into town and they clean all the shit up, you know. I don't, there's something about it, but I understand it's part of our culture. I mean, I get it.
It's this Superman complex, dude, you know? Here I come to save the day.
Yeah, my favorite scene, though, I think, off the top of my head, the one that drops in my mind, is the one when they're in the trash compactor.
Yeah.
I like that scene. Yeah.
It was pretty funny back in the day, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Carrie Fisher was kind of groveling when Harrison Ford about do something about this, you know, and in fact, like, they were being crushed in a garbage can. I found that to be kind of funny. But whatever. I mean, I probably only watched the first 3 movies. I don't even think I had the patience to watch the 3 movies that were in the sequel. Although I think there's something about the arms industry, right? Like with the drones.
Yeah.
One of the episodes about a drone army, which are like smaller aircraft that swarm and they have, like, you know, special, like, evolution of military technology. And I definitely think that applies to, like, real world situations, because Russia just developed this hypersonic missile that has, you know, 5 or 6 MIRVs on top of it that can go super fast. And when technology evolves, it does change the whole dynamic of, like, warfare. And for example, those missiles that Russia has right now, those hypersonic missiles, basically means that our Navy, which is the equivalent of all of those Imperial cruisers in Star Wars, is extremely vulnerable. I mean, they can sink an aircraft carrier pretty simple just by using this hypersonic missile. And one of those aircraft carriers costs billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars. And one of those missiles only cost a couple $1 million. So that's the kind of game changer that changes the whole dynamic of war and the relations between geopolitics, like, countries.
I heard China has giant ships, like aircraft carriers, full of little tiny, bird-sized drones that attach something to the back of your head, and then you're like a Chinese zombie, and you just do whatever you're told.
Yeah, you know, I heard they have a social credit score in China.
I don't know what that
bad
means.
Stuff, Mike.
I don't know what that means.
I wouldn't go to China. Yeah, I wouldn't go to China. They have detention centers in China, too.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well,
Sounds scary.
they have history in China, too. I would go to China. I have an acquaintance who rode a motorcycle 10,000 miles across China with like a couple dozen other people, rich motherfuckers.
Yeah, sounds like fun.
But there's so much history there, you know, that I would. It's one of the things I think that I really love about Chinese movies is the settings. You know, they're just so much. It just, I don't know. Everything about, you know, movies is, you know, action and da-da-da, but there's like this peace kind of thing, this underlying tranquility that's, you know, the zen.
The landscape, kind of.
Yeah, I love it. It just looks like, again, there's so much history and so much beautiful landscape to see that I think it would be really amazing. The guys who rode the motorcycle across China, they told me that they would go into valleys where it was just like fog, but it was just like black, and it was just like soot, you know, and you couldn't see anything for like 15, 20 miles. And that sounded really bad. But, you know.
It sounds like London in 1850, or like Philadelphia or New York in 1870. So yeah, the Industrial Revolution is going on right now in China. I bet there's tons of pollution, but I also bet there's a lot of beauty as well. And I would love to see something new like that. And that's the cool thing about adventures or like traveling, is you go on an adventure and then you discover something new. And then there's this, I'm sure there's so many opportunities in China, especially in Western China, to experience that, you know, the great frontier. Anyway.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. I think, you know, you could like go there and just wander around and see really cool stuff forever.
There's So there was a lot of like debate, the CIA propaganda about what was happening in Xinjiang, and they said that they were taking people in that province and putting them in detention centers because of their religious beliefs.
The Uyghurs?
But the Uyghurs. But there's this other side of the story, right? Which is like you're developing industrialized country, and you need people to read and write. It's called school, right? And they need to know history, and they need to understand your culture, especially if they're going to be working in factories that are owned and run by like people who speak Mandarin, for example. So I don't know if these camps are like camps per se, as much as they are schools and re-education centers, exactly what the Chinese government says they are, in rural communities in China that are undergoing industrial development. And that is what I think is going on. And the CIA has twisted that story to say they're taking their cultural traditions away from them and punishing them for being something that they aren't or that they are. And I don't really think that story is completely accurate. And it's kind of interesting how the story of the Uyghurs has kind of drifted out of public consciousness, which again is a telltale of like a CIA psyop, because they'll put it in the media really loud for a couple of months, and then they'll just kind of drift away, and they'll never hear about it again.
Yeah,
that's
you remember that story about embassy workers in Cuba, how there was like some kind of a sonic thing that was fucking with their brain, and they found out that there was some kind of ray or, a sound weapon that were being used on the embassy, and then you never hear about it again.
I heard that was all bullshit.
That's what I'm saying.
And that the sound that they heard was like the sound of a native cricket or something, and that many people were experiencing mass psychosis, and that was the government's conclusion, is that they had come to, but they didn't publicize that, right?
Yeah.
That's so the New York Times publishes the story 5 or 10 times, but then when the truth of the matter comes out, they never put that on the front page of the newspaper. Oh, we were fucking wrong. It was crickets and people acting crazy. It had nothing to do with Cuba or with Russia.
Yeah.
But of course, they blamed it on Russia and made a link between the Cuban embassy and the embassy in Russia. All bullshit. All of it was just bullshit. And when do you lose your license to have a newspaper or have a television station? How much bullshit do you get to spew out to the American public and be wrong so many fucking different times before you're not allowed to print a newspaper anymore? Or maybe not print a newspaper, let's just say your newspaper has no fucking credibility and shouldn't be bought by anybody. And the New York Times and the Washington Post have done that over and over and over again. Nobody gives a fuck. They can say a lie and they don't have to correct themselves ever. So fucked up.
Yeah, I think I think that's the whole point of the Ministry of Truth, is they're going to start holding the Washington Post and the New York Times very accountable for all the disinformation that they've given us all throughout the years.
One of the biggest stories, Mike?
What's that?
One of the biggest stories?
Yeah?
One of the biggest stories that's going to be happening is when they take Julian Assange from London, put him on an airplane, and take him to Quantico, Virginia, hold him in a detention cell, and put him on trial in a federal courtroom. That's going to be a really, really big fucking deal.
Is there a date when they're planning on taking him from Great Britain now?
No, there is not a date. From WikiLeaks website and from the Julian Assange support groups that I followed, it looks like there's not. It's a done deal. I mean, they may not.
It looks like it's a done deal. I know.
It's a done deal. There's no date for extradition, but it's going to happen. And I don't know if the Biden administration can push it back to past November. That'd probably be convenient for them if they could push that date back to January of next year. If it happens in the summertime or in the early fall, it'll be fuck. Dude didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything. He didn't do. I mean, they threw him in jail because apparently he raped someone, which we found out again was complete and utter bullshit. And yet he's still fucking been imprisoned ever since.
Yeah, the CIA bugged his room at the embassy for 7 years. They knew everything he was saying to his lawyer and all of his close confidants. They knew all of that. And that's like blatantly illegal. But the dude still is going to be extradited from Britain, even though the CIA broke all of the rules. And the British government knows that. So they're complicit. But when he ends up on American soil, in an American courtroom, I want to see where the Americans who love and cherish freedom and cherish the First Amendment, cherish their right to speak and to receive information objectively. I want to see where those people are going to be. Are they going to be standing in the streets of Washington, D.C. or in Virginia, demanding that he be released? Or are they going to quietly talk to each other about Dave Chappelle and Chris Rock and Johnny Depp and...
Thanks for reminding me. We got to talk about Dave Chappelle, people. Don't let me forget about Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle. That's a bad precedent, Mike. I don't know how legit it was, but it's a bad precedent that like another comedian has been attacked on stage. It really is not a good precedent. Just saying. They beat the shit out of the guy, though. When he attacked Dave Chappelle, they did beat him up pretty bad, I guess, to send a message to other people. But nevertheless, the idea that if a person goes on stage and is critical, like comics are supposed to be critical, that's kind of what they do, can be attacked by somebody, that's a very bad precedent, Mike.
The world's gone, or at least people in the United States have gone super fucking candy ass, can't fucking take a joke. They can't take a joke, so you're not allowed to fucking say anything that they are offended by. And everybody's going to be offended by something. So, Brandon was talking about the porn titles earlier. You know how many people would be offended if we really got into a discussion about that?
I really don't want to think about it. Thanks for reminding me.
It's not. That's what I'm saying. If you don't want this, and this is what I've said fucking forever. If you don't want to see the N-word being every other tweet on Twitter, because Elon Musk believes in free speech, then block the people that are saying the N-word. Okay? Then you'll never have to see it again. But again, if you don't want to hear what Dave Chappelle is saying, then fucking go find some other comedian that you're good with. What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, unless you enjoy being beat up by security guards and going to jail, I don't know.
Or even more simplistically, unless you enjoy being butthurt, meaning, oh, this guy offended me, now I have to tune into everything he says so that he can offend me more. Oh, this guy said the N-word, now I have to watch him every single tweet that he makes. Figure it out, okay? Freedom is messy, and it's up to you to decide what it is you want to listen and watch and be part of. Go ahead.
I like creative direct action. I do. So, for example, there was a reporter for the Guardian of London. I think his name was George Monbiot, and he's a liberal. He's not one of my favorite people, but he did something that was interesting. When George Bush was in England, and he was walking into a building and he was smiling at the press and waving his hand, George Monbiot took his shoe off and threw his shoe at George Bush, and he said, shame on you.
That was in Baghdad, right?
And I think it was in England. But
okay.
What I'm getting at is that, like, somebody in public said, fuck you.
Yeah.
You kill people. Fuck you. And I appreciate that kind of action, right? That makes sense to me, right? Whereas, like, attacking Dave Chappelle or Chris Rock, for something that they say, that is much, much less significant in my brain than actually murdering people in a war. Those people should be like shunned, beat up, have shoes thrown at them.
They should go to prison for the rest of their lives so that they don't hurt other people. That's what should happen. Okay, that's what I keep saying. And yes, they should have tomatoes and rotten eggs. I think they should be marched through the streets of Baghdad. I think naked.
People screaming at them, disrupting all of their public events, like infiltrating their crowds and saying, "You're a fucking warmonger. Hillary Clinton, you're a fucking warmonger." You know? That's probably
why George Bush is faking this Alzheimer's thing, is because if you were to go up to him and say, "You killed 1 million people," then you'd be picking on this person who's like all fucked up, and that's not right.
I didn't know that about George Bush, the son, but I did see an article about Dianne Feinstein in the newspaper this weekend, and she's like 81 years old or something like that, and is running for 6 more years to be Senator of California. And this article was in the New York fucking Times. There were 3 of them in one little place where you could click on all 3 articles. I read one of the articles, and it's like, the New York Times is saying Dianne Feinstein is senile, all right? That tells you something, Mike. She's senile.
I think, is kind of widespread up there in Washington, D.C.
They said her staff, like, she would have meetings with her staff and she can't recognize her staff or even address any of the points in the outline that they're talking about. Like, that kind of stuff, right? It's impeding her ability to do her work. And
that's just sad, man. It's like abuse of this old lady. She needs to be, someone needs to guide her off somewhere where she's safe,
So basically, California, again, 37 million people live in California. And one of their senators is senile, and her staff is completely running that office. Not elected, by the way, but her staff, just like that movie House of Cards, it's her staff that's running that office.
It's a TV show, right? It's a TV show? House of Cards?
House of Cards was a TV show with Kevin Spacey, as I mentioned a couple weeks ago.
You said movie. I'm just making sure people know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I get confused with the TV dramas. It was a television series.
Yeah.
That's correct. But the point being is, in that movie, the staff of the vice president and the congressman and then the president, the staff is what was really making things happen. And in the case of Dianne Feinstein, it's the staff that's making everything happen. Like, she doesn't understand what the fuck is going on. So that is not, again, back to this concept of the republic, a representative government. The staff of Dianne Feinstein was not elected by the people of California to serve them, right? They elected this lady, and she obviously is not able to do her job. They need another senator,
I would think, and the people of the Bay Area are supposed to be, informed. And, you know what I mean? Why would they allow this person who's, again, I think it's some kind of abuse to put somebody who's suffering from dementia in this important place of power, and then you have to fucking guide her out to her chair and tell her where she is over and over again. It's abuse. And I know that you're supposed to hate Dianne Feinstein, and I do, but that's not the point. The point is that there's something more going on, and my guess is it's not the staff who's in control of what's happening in Dianne Feinstein's office, because a senator has a lot of fucking control and a lot of power, especially a senior senator like her. So my guess is that someone else is orchestrating that power, and the staff is just basically carrying out the instructions as they always do.
Yeah, they are operatives of the Democratic Party, and they will act accordingly. They know who she is, and it's all rigged. I mean, there's no grassroots democracy happening in the Congress anywhere.
Yeah.
Period. End
So
of story.
strange.
So the vote for the weapons to Ukraine, the $33 billion of money that's going to be going to Ukraine, it was like 411 congressmen voted yes, and 11 of them said they wouldn't vote. They abstained. They were all Republicans, and they abstained. They didn't even vote no. Right?
Pussies.
So every single congressperson who's a Democrat and most Republicans voted for $33 billion for fucking fancy anti-tank and anti-aircraft missiles from Raytheon and fucking Boeing instead of giving that money to Brandon's kids. Right?
All of our kids.
Fuck them. Our kids.
Yeah.
Right. Our future.
I talk about this all the time, and I know people think I sound selfish, but I don't give a fuck about Ukraine. I couldn't care less about fucking Ukraine. As I said at the beginning of the show, if the United States government wasn't involved in this fucked up shit in Ukraine, it would be long over. It would have been over in the first fucking month. If it lasted a month, it would have been incredibly surprising. But no, we gotta ship billions of dollars in aid over there, and it doesn't make it better. All that happens is more people die.
Therefore, Mike, I don't think you can say there are any anti-war, any people in the Congress who are really opposed to war at all on either side of the fence.
Which is what I keep.
Whether you're watching.
Which is what I keep saying. I said they're the fucking same people. You know, they want to go, oh no, I'm on this side. I'm saying all the things that you want to hear. Oh no, I'm on this side. We're way different from them. They're not. Okay? They're exactly the same thing. They're making the bullshit happen, working together, winking and nodding, and fucking secret handshake, Masonic handshake when, you know, they're off camera. It's disgusting.
Yeah, my club says you're cool. Hey, how you doing? You know, bunch of bullshit. And anyway, I think that's really important for people to know. 411 congressmen voted for war. You know, that's going to lead us one step closer to nuclear fucking war. And nobody thought about it. Nobody voted no. They just listened to their parties and the military contractors who pay their way into Congress, who support their campaigns with their campaign contributions. It's the exact same thing with Big Pharma, right? Big Pharma supported these people, and they freaked out about COVID, and there was no counter narrative. You know, and now they're marching us off to war. No dissent. So I have no pity or sympathy for any of these politicians on either side of the fence, and I hope they all fucking lose in the midterms. You know, I don't know what to say. I definitely, I mean, American politics is a nightmare. That's just a fact. And I'm going to split, Mike. I'm kind of going around in circles, but I appreciate giving me a chance to talk with you tonight. And it was a good program, like I said earlier.
It's always good to hear from you, Chris.
Yeah, have a good night. Peace,
Talk to you later. I'm getting hungry. So, and my tea is cold. I am going to wait to give you a call. No. I'm going to wait for you to give me a call. Let me make sure the Do Not Disturb is not on. The Do Not Disturb is not on. I know someone out there was calling. So if you want to call back, I'll give you a minute. I think this is an important discussion. I think that this whole what's your favorite Star Wars movie really couldn't be more important to us all. Wait, what are we talking about? There's so many things. I just can't keep up. You know, I'm getting tired of talking about everything that's fucked up in the world. And I'm thinking a lot about trying to figure out, I'm thinking about a lot about what I would do. I don't like trying to do anything. I'm thinking a lot about what it is that I would do in order to come out here and say, have a conversation with y'all. Hello, caller.
Hey, now I want you to listen to me, okay?
No.
I know. I know you're a black man. I know you're a black man in white man's clothing.
I am a person of color, sir.
I know you're one of them niggers out there, man. You know?
And my oh, he hung up. Wow, that was wow. I guess he showed what he was trying to do. My personal pronoun is stoner, so that we're clear, okay? My person, I identify as a stoner. Hello, caller.
Hello, this Michael. Is this MOX News?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah. I tried to call earlier.
Why?
And,
Why? What's on your mind?
Well, do you really have to interrupt me? I was trying.
It's my fucking show. I'll do what I want.
It's my birthday, I'll cry if I want to. I was just going to say that, right as soon as I fucking call, that fucking caller, of course, beats me to the fucking punch. I am...
Which caller?
I swear to... That last caller.
Oh, okay. Yes, I know.
I learned... I was angry at first. I was like, God damn it. I was yelling at the phone. I was like, why? God damn it. And then after sitting there listening to him, I feel absolutely 10,000 times more enlightened.
I know. I think that was his point, really, was to help us all see the truth.
Right. And I am now officially smarter instead of dumber because of that last caller.
Well,
kind of brings a little bit of a tear to my eye, a little. But I'll push through it. I'm tough. I'm tough.
You're a survivor, dude. You can make it.
I am. I can. I tell you what, he's really passionate about, everything that he believes, and
Yes, I know.
Especially right there at the end of his call, he was like, he hopes all these fuckers lose, and I was like, wow, that takes some guts to say. I hope all these fuckers lose. I was like, that was really passionate. I envy that guy's attitude. I hope all these fuckers lose. That's my new fucking saying from now on, inspired by that last caller.
You know what? Can I rephrase that for you? I would go with fuck the fucking fuckers.
No. See, this is another thing. Everybody comes up with an idea, and somebody fucking wants to change it. Okay? Jesus Christ. Can he just have his fucking moment for a fucking second? Alright?
Fuck the fucking fuckers.
No, that sucks. That's lame. It was way better when he said, I hope they all fucking lose. I hope they all lose. I hope they all fucking lose. That was it. That's exactly what it was. That was great. I hope they all fucking lose. That is passionate. Fuck the fucking fuckers. There's too many fucks in there, for one thing. I mean, that's just not...
That's not catchy
possible. It's not as catchy or as passionate as, I hope they all fucking lose. I love that.
Isn't that what you say? There's no wonder you love that. You say that every time you call.
No wonder you love that?
No wonder you love that. Yeah, because every time you call, you say, I hope they all fucking lose. They're fucked up and I hope they lose.
Oh, I thought you were saying that I said the other thing. But yeah, I'm confused now. But
now,
that last fucking caller, just shouts out to that caller. Hey, and you know what? I just want to take this moment to fucking do a shout out to the people in the chat. There's a new guy there. His name's Roger or something. I don't know. He is fucking.
Is Roger in here? Wow, there's Roger.
Somebody named Roger's there. He's fired up. He absolutely doesn't like anything that you're fucking saying. Thinks you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I kind of agree. I was just saying that a minute ago.
I don't know if he's wrong or not.
I kind of agree. Everything I'm saying is pretty fucking stupid.
One of these days, you're going to be as smart as that last caller. I promise you.
No, I don't think so.
And there's some other people in the chat. There is Moss Freeman. That son of a bitch is over there just looking around and shit. All of a sudden, every so often, they'll just pop up and just be like, "Eyeballs, I see you." Fucking
Freeman's in here? I didn't see Freeman. Where's Freeman?
Scares the living shit out of me sometimes. I'll just be sitting there and all of a sudden eyeballs pop up and I fucking jump. Swear to God, that guy. He's there. Love that guy. Fucking Katrina, I swear to God, Michael, we might need to find her some kind of help after. Oh, yeah. Well, actually, her and Patrick had a fucking connection earlier. I swear to God, they were talking to each other for a second. I was literally shocked. But we need to fucking find Katrina some help because I swear to God, she is getting high as fuck. She's getting so fucking high, she can't even fucking type out a complete sentence correctly. And then she is...
You sound so jealous, man. Why are you always so jealous? Oh, she's getting high as fuck. It's not fair. I want to get high as fuck. We better get her some help. There's something wrong with her, not me.
She is speaking in emojis. Nobody can understand it, dude. Her and Jackie Cat are fucking over there like emoji speaking. It's fucking weird, dude. These fucking chicks.
Bitches, what can I say?
I know, dude. Like, seriously. Swear to God, fucking, they're all like speaking in ancient tongue code shit, fucking for space alien women shit, dude. The conversations that they're having in emojis is probably pretty intense. And they're probably just making fun of all of us fucking badass dudes, that are creating fucking cool-ass sayings.
Oh, I know what I was going to tell you. But you go first.
No, I'm just saying, they're probably fucking just talking shit about us. People that are creating badass sayings like, I hope they all fucking lose.
People talk shit about me constantly, dude. Get used to it. I don't concern myself. I don't know why that would matter.
Dude, honestly, the only person that's talking shit about you constantly is me.
I seriously doubt that. So anyways, have you seen the television show Patriot? Is Peacemaker? Have you seen Peacemaker? The TV show?
Peacemaker.
Because it reminds me of you. He's like a total metalhead butt rocker.
No, I haven't. But I actually want to fucking, elaborate on the show topic for tonight. And what's my favorite Star Wars? You want to know what my favorite Star Wars is?
If you'd like to tell us.
Oh, yeah, I would. I fucking think that every single one of those fucking Star Wars movies are fucking some of the dumbest movies that are ever fucking made. And I fucking hate those people that love Star Wars, and Star Wars completely fucking sucks.
They lost me. They lost me with the Ewoks, man. I can't stomach the Ewoks.
I'm literally just out here saying, if you love Star Wars, you're a fucking idiot. Seriously, you're the problem with the world. Y'all just live in a fantasy world and fucking hate fucking reality. So you fucking love Star Wars so fucking much.
People are desperate for futuristic material, like back in the 1930 World's Fair. All these people talking about flying cars. Flying cars are complete bullshit. But people are desperate for this. Oh, we need this little step of flying cars. It's not a reality. So,
you know, honestly, I was hoping that last caller was going to start talking about Star Wars and say, like, you know, Mike, Star Wars, that first Star Wars had some of the most amazing graphical imagery that mankind has ever seen before its time. It was before its time. It was breathtaking. I thought that motherfucker was, and I bet you he could go into it. He would be like, the first Star Wars was immaculate. It was one of the most greatest films ever to exist or ever be made. Next to The Fifth fucking Element, of course. But I could be wrong. I don't know. He might like it more than The Fifth Element, but
The Fifth Element is way better. Fifth Element is fucking
way better.
Fucking brilliant, man.
Yes, The Fifth fucking Element is way better than any fucking Star Wars ever.
It's one of the best movies ever made.
The blue chick, dude, I just can't ever get over the blue chick and they fucking pull those stones out of her stomach, dude. That shit was fucking intense, dude!
Epic!
Fucking intense. Epic, dude! The fucking, you know, Bruce, he's just a badass, you know. And, you know,
It was definitely Chris Tucker's best movie ever.
Dude, Chris Tucker's hair in that fucking goddamn... Holy shit. Oh, Chris Tucker. Hey, fucking Dave Chappelle. You were talking about Dave fucking Chappelle. Did you see that shit? That shit was hilarious because he went over and he was like, I gotta see this shit. Like, see the guy get his ass kicked and stuff. And then Chris Rock went over there and said, was that Will Smith? I am not joking. That was fucking hilarious. But then, you'll get the conspiracy fucks out there like, that was completely planned.
Look, you know, Netflix is suffering from a huge drop in subscriptions, and it seems very timely. And, you know, and now all I see is these clips of fucking Chappelle with it saying Netflix in the corner. So it seems like a pretty big advertising campaign to me.
See what I fucking mean? I just fucking said it. Now it's a big fucking conspiracy. Jesus Christ. I can't even fucking, you know, there's nothing real in this world. Fucking nothing is even real. Not even this phone call. You know why? Because I don't even tell you my real name. I say that my name is Dr. Whisper. You know why? Because people are fucking crazy out there. And if I said my real fucking name, they'd be fucking trying to fucking kill me. Okay? You know that?
I think you overestimate the importance.
You're gonna put your last name over the internet?
My last name is everywhere. Everywhere. Okay. Savoir faire is everywhere. All right, it's good to hear from you.
I'm not ready to go. Hold on, I'm just taking a breather. I just need to fucking take a drink of beer real quick. What the fuck are you doing after the show?
I'm gonna have a burrito.
You're gonna have a fucking burrito again.
I've been fucking gardening all day, dude. I fucking shoveled a lot of soil today.
With like an actual shovel?
Yeah, an actual shovel. And I had
and
I had to dig through it with the fucking spade to get all the roots out of it.
Did you work up a sweat?
No. Well, yeah, I did actually. It was all sunny, and I was like, first I was like, oh fuck, I need to get a hat, and then I was like, oh man, it's fucking hot out here. So yeah, I think I did probably.
Yeah, you need to say yes, because that that gets the women in the chat going.
Yeah. Let me tell you
out
something,
there.
ladies. Let me tell you something, ladies. When I get a sweat going, it's time for slip and slide. So if that's what you're looking for, let me know. And I want to say to Katrina that I like the Star Wars of the 1960s also, and I didn't like. I didn't like the Star Wars, not Star Wars, Star Trek of the 1960s, but I didn't like any Star Treks after that. The reason being is that when I watch these shows, right, if there's like these violins, right, if they're like, oh, you're supposed to be so like, there's all this like emotional stuff going on right now. They didn't have that in the original series. And I see that so much on superhero movies and so many different, television shows. It's just like, But I can't watch because of that. But the 1960s Star Trek, I could watch that because there wasn't that. It was just action and adventure and green chicks to make out with and stuff like that.
Dude.
What?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to Katrina, dude?
Katrina! Didn't you hear me say Katrina at the beginning of
Are you talking to me or are you talking to Katrina in the chat? Because it sounds like a little bit like you're not talking to the caller and you're talking to Katrina.
I talk to whoever the fuck I want to talk to.
Oh, really?
Yes. Very much so.
Well, you tell Katrina that 1960s fucking version of fucking Star Wars sucks.
What sucks about it?
Okay?
What sucks about it?
Well, for one thing, there's a bunch of actors over there acting like a bunch of fucking idiots running around in fucking spacesuits and shit.
It's kind of funny though.
Period.
It's called camp, It makes it kind of like humorous, right? You're supposed to like enjoy the cheesy parts.
No.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Yeah, you are. Otherwise, how can you get lost in the fantasy?
Dude, I feel humiliated for mankind. Literally. All of my fucking elders are fucking idiots. I just can't even fucking believe it. And everybody thinks I'm fucking stupid.
Do they? Everybody thinks that? Really? I had no idea.
Everyone that I fucking know thinks that I'm fucking stupid and then bitching about every fucking thing else. And
I don't think you're stupid.
Shut the fuck up. You liar. Fucking.
No, I don't think you're stupid.
I think that you're fucking stupid.
I'll
admit it.
I think you're a very intelligent, well thought out young man.
I think you're so old and fucking, you're like the oldest, and every fucking old person like you has caused all of this fucking problems in America. All you old people. I'm so mad at you fucking old people. You got fucking people like
probably not the ones not the ones whose personal pronoun is stoner. Okay, those ones are not responsible for the evil in the world.
Did you just say you have a pronoun?
Personal pronoun is my personal pronoun is stoner. I've told you this before.
Okay, see, this is exactly what I mean about my elders being extremely fucking stupid. Okay? I swear to God. Hello, my name's Michael. My pronouns are him and stoner. How are you doing today? I just love the world, as my pronouns are stoner, and I love abortion. And I'm all for it.
I love freedom. I love freedom. Do you think there's going to be less abortions if you make abortion illegal?
I'm all for abortion. Just let me bust it.
I'm all for people making their own decision. I don't have anything to do with it, and I don't want anything to do with it, and I don't know why other people would want something to do with that.
I am just really for abortions, and anybody that wants me to bust a nut up in there, and if she gets pregnant, it's her fucking problem, not mine. Thank the abortion lords, and God bless you. Yes, I think that if you actually showed like how fucking ridiculous and careless abortion is, yeah, it would fucking happen less if people wouldn't, especially women, just fucking spreading it open and just fucking the dumbest fucking idiots.
See, here you go, sounding all jealous again. You're like, oh man, women, they pay attention to stupid people. How come they don't pay attention to me and spread their legs for me? I hate them. What now?
Dude, I'm just saying. You got people like that Chris from Olympia guy. I swear to God, that guy fucking literally thinks it's so fucking cool to sit there and fucking act like he just totally fucking supports abortion and would say, yeah, just if I fuck you and you get pregnant, just have an abortion. It's fine. I'm totally cool with it. And I want to try to get laid.
Generally in those decisions, the male has nothing to do with it.
You know, honestly, I'm just saying, it's pretty crazy to try to get laid by saying, I'm for abortion. It's weird. And then the chick's like, oh yeah, that's great, I'm cool, yeah. I'll just have an abortion. Yeah, let's fuck. Let's fuck. I'm gonna have an abortion.
Again, you sound so jealous, man. You're like, they don't fuck me. They don't fuck me. Is it because I don't support abortion? Why won't they fuck me? They just go, let's fuck with all these other people who support abortion. Why are you so jealous? Stop being so jealous all the time.
Well, I don't understand how it's jealous when I'm saying, don't fucking idiot and get pregnant by them.
That doesn't sound jealous.
It's easy. You won't even have to consider having an abortion. It's not that fucking difficult to understand.
What?
You know what? Y'all fucking people always bitching and complaining about fucking like capitalism and fucking business and money and everything. Really what it comes down to is abortion is a huge fucking deal where they are making so much money off of fucking aborting the kids and doing so much fucking other shit. And y'all are like, yeah, this is great.
No, I'm not. I keep saying the medical industrial complex, for-profit medical industrial complex is completely fucked up and it hurts people all day, every day.
I don't think it's that difficult to just explain to men and women that literally sex creates children. If you want to have recreational sex, here's what you do to not create a baby inside of your uterus, woman. This woman's uterus, dude. And fucking, you won't even have to consider having a fucking abortion because it's kind of ridiculous for women to have to go through with that shit.
And this is why pornography is so important. That way you'll know all your other options instead of, coming inside of a woman's vagina. Thanks so much for calling. It's good to hear from you. Hello, caller.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, is this Moxie?
Yeah, what's up with you, G?
All right, I'm sorry. I was listening to
the other one, is the other guy off? He's been on for a while.
Yeah, I don't have control over the callers. You have to like your voice going in and out, loud and soft, loud and soft. You have to like, I don't know what's happening. Yeah, that's better.
Is it? All right. Well, okay. I just wanted to talk about the main argument, which is Israel. Is that,
Yeah.
Can we talk about that a little bit? I just want to know, they say Independence Day. I want to know independence from what?
I started asking that question immediately at the beginning of the show. It's a very good question.
I mean, obviously it's Occupation Day because
right.
They weren't, look, listen. I used to be so pro-Israel, you have no idea. Back when I was younger, these Palestinians are all terrorists, all this and
right. That. I know people that are like that. And you show them the truth, and they're like, "Oh my God, I had no idea," But they don't want it. They don't really want to see it at first.
Well, the people around where I live don't even. They don't want to see it.
Yeah.
They don't want to believe it. And I mean, every time I talk about Israel, they're like, "People over there want to wipe them off the map or whatever," And it's kind of a shame. And thanks for having your show. Honestly, it's kind of like I say they, but it's this neoliberal establishment, let's say, owns the media, and you can't say anything against Israel because then it's anti-Semitic, right?
Yeah, it seems like it's so funny how much stuff is anti-Semitic. But, yeah, you can't, it seems like we're just not being able to say less and less and less without being considered some kind of evildoers because we want to question the establishment. That's what being human is all about. It's not just a matter of being American and having freedom. This is what being human is. I'm a sentient being. I can think for myself. You don't need to tell me. I can figure it out.
I mean, hopefully, right? I mean, everybody, it is natural for everybody to question things, but it is an American right.
Yeah.
For us to just ask questions, freedom of speech. I've been in so many different countries, and they don't look at the same. They don't look at freedom of speech the way Americans do or used to.
Yeah.
And I like to think that as pride, but yet it's kind of dissipating, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
you can't even talk about anything.
Yeah, when you say it's our right, I think it's way more important than it being our right. I think it's our duty. I think this is where
that's a great way. I like that, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's important for people to step up and speak the truth and try and connect with each other and we have all the power. And it's just these fucking evil empire motherfuckers have us so divided that we don't have any hope of overthrowing them because we believe our next door neighbor is our fucking enemy.
I mean, look at this. They just fucking leaked this, the thing about the abortion thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about you. Who I am, if I'm mumbling or whatever, but they just leaked this abortion thing. They've never leaked,
right,
as far as I remember, anything like that. And you know what it is. I mean, you look at the riots for the next few months. It's obvious. And it doesn't even matter what happens. I mean, I'm not pro-abortion. I'm not against abortion. I think it's going a little too far when you won't let the woman have an abortion if it's harming her life or whatever, having the child. But then I'm also against having an abortion after the child is born. I mean, you had a chance. You didn't take it. You better raise that fucking child. I mean, we can have a middle ground, can't we? Well, it seems like we can't because they make it so divisive that there's no way. I mean, why can't we just make abortion get fucked on a Friday.
You know, they have pills for that.
I mean, exactly. You don't need exactly.
Yeah.
So
And I think they could make the pills way better. Like, you know, like they could, you know, whatever. But my thing about abortion is it's none of my goddamn business. Okay, I got no business there. I'm not making babies. I have zero interest in making babies. Never have. And so if, you know, if this is something that somebody has to deal with, it has not, I wouldn't even know for 1 second that that's what happened. Unless they were wearing a t-shirt that said, I just had an abortion.
Can I say something real quick? Moxie,
Mhm.
I love you. I've been listening to you for, I can't remember how long. You know, out of all of the bullshit for at least since the Syrian war started in 2011, I saw you put out contradictory, which is basically at that point true pieces. So, you know, respectfully, I'm going to disagree with you here.
Uh-huh.
Where basically I'm saying, listen, I don't care either. I don't think anybody does. But the point is, when you let something go, there is a slippery slope. Okay? And, so this is...
Which is the slippery slope scenario is why you lean on the side of freedom. Because if you lean on the side of taking freedom away, then that's the slippery slope that we really have to be concerned with. Because we got this one taken care of, now we got to take away this freedom. Now we got to take away this freedom. It's because we did it on the last one. Now no more pornography in the world. Woohoo! You know, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. There's no way I'm going to be for taking away any freedom. So I don't know the answer, right? But all I'm saying is that we've seen a lot of slippery slopes. Like, for example, me and you, everybody, we believe in gay rights, right?
I believe in freedom. Look, I don't believe in gay rights. I don't believe in black rights. I don't believe in fucking dog rights. What I believe in is freedom for everyone. And it's not so much that I believe in it as that that's what the facts are. The only real restraints are ones you put on yourself.
I mean, the facts are what's on the ground. So, you know, if you have a dictator, the facts are what he puts down. You know, so I mean, the facts are what's on the ground. Unfortunately, but I agree with what you're saying. I believe in freedom too. But what freedom says, you have the right to do whatever the fuck you want. You can punch until it hits my nose.
That's not really what freedom means. If if you punch your neighbor, then you're a danger to your neighbor. If you punch your neighbor, you're a danger to your neighbor.
Listen.
Go ahead.
You're not supposed to punch anybody.
Uh-huh.
You can extend your arm as that. Is that better?
What now?
Okay, the point is, you can do anything you want as long as it doesn't harm somebody. I'm not talking about punching.
Uh-huh.
This is just some quote I heard. It's basically, you can punch as long as it doesn't hit. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do as long as I don't get bothered. That's fine. That's what we... But the point is, listen, the whole family structure is being undermined. I don't want a family either. I'm sure you just said you don't want children. Neither do I. I don't... I'm an atheist. I don't believe that you have a duty to have children. But the point is, that's how society can be kept up. The unit of society is a family unit, and that is getting the truth.
Right. Well, if you don't have a family and you don't intend to, why do you give a fuck? It's not like you're leaving someone behind who needs this structure in place.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I'm sorry.
Well, you said this family structure thing is really important, and yet you're not going to have a family. You don't have any interest in having a family. So that means that you're not leaving any family behind So why is this family structure thing, that won't matter to them? Why is it so important to you? And maybe isn't that actually part of the problem? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what is the part of the problem?
The family structure thing,
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's get into that right after this. But I'm just saying, listen, I'm not hungry, but I can understand when somebody else is hungry and feel empathy. That doesn't mean anything. Just because I don't have a family, I can understand the benefits. And basically what a family means, all that means is a unit, a structure, basically an environment where a child can be raised right. And by right, I mean fit into society, all that mumbo jumbo. And I mean, you can laugh it out, but it's really important. And genetics, I'm sorry, not genetics, but hormones, basically a mother's love for a child and a father's need to protect the family is something that is so deeply ingrained, you can't go away from that. I mean, that's just, we're all animals, right? And
I don't think animals has a lot to do with fucking, family. I mean, turtles lay their eggs on the beach and then split, fucking...
Every animal does it differently, but we are the kind of animal that takes care of a child. And not only that, throughout history, we've done it as a partner, female and man, protecting that woman. I mean, listen, I'm not trying to defend anything or, go against anything. I'm not going to get married, okay? I'm not going to get married. But I can see the reality of the situation. And if nobody got married, okay, can I add to this? I think the problem with the urban community, call me racist if you want, is because they have taken their fathers.
They took their what?
Fathers.
I don't know how it's racist, but look, I think that a lot of single moms don't get the help or the credit that they deserve because they do everything they can, and meanwhile we're sending billions and billions of dollars to the Ukraine. Now, as far as being able to do anything you want as long as you're not hurting somebody, you can take a swing as long as you don't punch. That's not true. That's like saying I can point a gun at you as long as I don't pull the trigger, it's okay. But it's not okay. When you point a gun at me, you make it real clear that you are a threat to me and my family. And if you pointed a gun at me and I had one, I would shoot you. Okay? Well, because you are a threat. So
don't get me wrong. You're right about that.
So
there, just saying an expression, which obviously that's a threat. That's not what I'm talking about. That sentence is something I remember being taught in government class back in junior high school. Mm-hmm. It makes sense. It's just an expression. It doesn't mean, like you said, threaten somebody, but then don't pull the trigger.
Well, don't take a swing at me like you're gonna fucking hit me, because then I think that it's, next swing might fucking actually hit me.
No, you're right. Any kind of threat can be, can be taken all the way to the end. Basically, it's just an expression, meaning you can do whatever the fuck you want as long as it doesn't affect me. Even threatening somebody with a gun, even if you're gonna shoot him, is gonna affect him. So that's not what I'm talking about. So,
well,
you're getting.
What I'm talking about is that you said this thing is okay because you heard it somewhere. I get it. I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is, and that person would have to be in your face to make this shit happen. What I'm saying is, you'll never know that this person got an abortion. How can it possibly matter to you unless you make it a thing? And that's just, again, that's you like going to see Dave Chappelle when you know he's going to say these things that are going to make you so fucking mad you can't help yourself.
Can I just say something though, Moxie? It's funny because we started on Israel and now we're on abortion. And it happened so fast and we can't get off of it. It's just funny. But anyway, I'll stay on it with you. Listen, man, it's kind of like this. I'm not saying we shouldn't have abortion. That's ridiculous. There are points where the female, like the mother, is in danger. I get it. It's not like we can't be so rigid. It's not a black and white issue. I mean, but when you make it so easy, when anybody, even like a 16-year-old, can have an abortion without her parents knowing,
right?
What does that cause? Do you think?
We should, yeah.
Just, you know what I mean? It causes.
Yeah, I agree. I was saying this last night, is that this is the hardest decision that a person ever has to make. Because, you know, it is life-changing. As you're saying, it leaves scars. And that's what I was saying the other day. It leaves holes in you where there's this thing that you chose a different way to go, and, you know, it would have made this huge difference in your life, and you'll never know how. You know, so it's like this big giant hole inside of you. And so I get what you're saying. There should be assistance to get through this. People go in and they do it and then they leave, and that's pretty fucked up.
I mean, all I'm saying is I just don't think it should be as easy as getting a lottery ticket.
Well,
because, you know, I need people to think twice before they just go sleeping around and having children. This has effects on society. You know what you do, you know.
This is what people are going to do. This is the history of humans.
No,
okay.
It's really not.
Yes, it is. How do you think we got 7 billion people on this planet?
Yeah, they're not doing it by just saying, hey, everybody, just go sleep around and have as many kids as you want. China and India are very family-oriented culture. You think they're just having kids out of wedlock? Oh, really?
Yes, there's 1 billion people in China, and they're fucking like rabbits. And yes, people are having fucking children out of wedlock. Yes, they are. And actually, nobody ever knows about it because it's in all these fucking different places that people have no idea even exist in China.
First of all, listen, this happens. People have children out of wedlock in Saudi Arabia, I'm sure. But by doing this, you're encouraging that. That's my problem.
I just told you this is one of the hardest decisions anyone ever has to make, and you're acting like they just fucking, and as you're saying, as I was saying, this leaves fucking scars. Okay, it's not just, and I'm not talking visible or inner scars, I'm talking about personal spiritual scars that you carry with you, mental scars that you carry with you everywhere. And so this is why it's this big, important decision. And you can see, I mean, when you see the people going into these clinics, they don't have big smiles on their faces. Okay? They're not going, I'm going to get this done so I can go fuck some more and get pregnant tomorrow and have another abortion. Because that's what you make it sound like. And who gives a shit if people are fucking... It doesn't matter, man. I mean, look, if people want to fuck and then something happens, like happens, 10 million times a day? You know?
Well, I have a question, though. Don't you think that should be the last?
No, I don't think that should be the last. I think that it's the person's decision, okay? The reason I don't want to have any babies is because this planet, you take this perfect little innocent being and you shove it into this fucking cesspool of a civilization and then expect everything to work out so good. I don't want to do that to this pure spirit. So that's why I don't want to have a baby. Other people will go, you know what? The world is going to die in fucking 20 years. The economy is collapsing in the next 2 years. There's no way I'll be able to give this child the life it deserves.
That's why I'm not having kids. Everything what you just said is why I cannot see me bringing a child into this. Because I, love that future child too much. Trying to bring him into this bullshit. I get it.
So,
what?
Why can't women feel that way too?
They can, but it's not about just abortion. Listen, I'm not
No, you're against unprotected sex also.
What do you, I mean, look, you think that everybody should just be fucking unprotected?
Raw dog, baby. I hit that shit raw dog and left. Look, I don't care. Again, I want freedom. It's your decision. It doesn't matter what I think. Okay, look, it doesn't matter what I think. Okay, somebody who wants to go and fuck and then come is going to go and fuck and come. It has nothing to do with me. And I couldn't prevent it even if I wanted to, which I don't. I want it to be your decision. You make your decisions and then you live your life from what those decisions guide you to, okay? And that has nothing to do with me.
I have to say a couple of things about this. I don't want to sound too crude, but we're not living 1,000 years ago that if you have a bunch of kids or whatever, they're just gonna either make or die or whatever. No, that's not happening.
Gonna what? They're gonna either gonna what?
They're gonna make it or die.
Oh, well, you know, that's pretty much the way it is now. Either they're going to make it or they're going to live their lives destitute and in poverty and struggling every single fucking day.
Listen, when you have a child, it is a
unit what?
In this country. It's a unit in this country. It takes resources. It suffers. It does things. You can't just say whatever to everything, okay? I mean, listen, I can agree with you. You can have this. I'm not even saying that you're wrong. All I'm saying is, if you make it so easy, it's like this, man. Gambling should be legal. You shouldn't allow children to gamble at school. You shouldn't have it in every fucking cafeteria. You shouldn't have it every fucking corner. You should just, they gotta jump through some hoops to be able to fucking gamble. That's all I'm saying. I understand there's a lot of necessity to have an abortion. Do you think I'm anti-abortion? No. But I'm just saying you can't just say whatever to everything. Because, listen, you know what I mean?
I'm not saying whatever. I'm saying freedom comes first. I'm saying it's none of my fucking business. That's different from whatever. That's very different from whatever.
Listen, you can say that all you want until it comes down to it. Your freedom's going to go against somebody else's freedom. Then that's when the law comes in.
What other freedom? What freedom of mine is going to go against someone else's freedom?
No. See, look, just because I can't give you an example right now, do we really need to talk about this? How about this? I have a freedom to be able to carry guns around. The other guy had the freedom to be able to not feel unsecure going into the fucking grocery store. Who has the bigger freedom? Listen, this is not a fucking simple thing. This is a complicated issue. I understand. When you say I love freedom, that is a very basic way to look at it. Freedom, they go against each other sometimes. And I'm not even talking about this. I am for abortion. I'm just saying, let's not make everything so easy, because the end of this whole thing is the family unit destroyed. And when the family unit is destroyed, government wins. Okay? Government wins, then government is your daddy. You don't have a fucking daddy. Government's your daddy. And God knows, not even going to be people after a fucking 100 years from that happens. That's all I'm saying. I understand everything you're saying. You're extremely liberal, and I respect that. And listen, I'm very liberal too. But
Look, I'm not liberal or conservative, okay? I am not, okay? I think that those things are stupid, okay?
That's the right answer. That's the right answer, honestly.
Okay, I think there's already plenty of children in the world that aren't being cared for. I think that women, regardless if you make abortions illegal or not, are still going to get abortions. You can make it illegal and penalized by law. They're still going to get abortions. Okay? And I don't think that any woman goes out and, well, no, that's not true. There's some sick motherfuckers out there. But generally, 99.99999% of women don't go out and have sex. Generally, a lot of times, not generally, a lot of the times, fucking almost blackout drunk, go out and have sex and then act like, oh, well, I can get an abortion tomorrow, it's fine. Yeah. You know, I don't think that's their plan. I think shit happens. And the last thing you need to do is have to jump through 27 fucking hoops to make happen this horrible thing that you wish you didn't have to make happen in the first place.
Listen, I agree with you, but look, the problem with the right now is that they can't see nuance. They say either no abortion or kill them right after birth. All I'm saying is there's a middle ground. There should be laws that if you cannot decide that you want this kid or not after a certain month, then I'm sorry, you're going to fucking take care of this kid. You're going to be smarter than that. You can't just fucking parent a child.
Well, you're talking about a 16-year-old and their parents, and it's possible that a 16-year-old could be terrified of trying to tell someone that they're pregnant, especially if they had some kind of fucking super conservative parents or super religious parents. So they hide it until they don't know, until they can't hide it anymore. And now, what you're saying is you're stuck with this kid because you were too stupid not to do something beforehand. And a second ago, you were worried about 16-year-olds being, doing something behind their parents' back. This doesn't need to be, it needs to be a need-to-know basis. Okay? Again, I'll never know if my neighbor gets an abortion tonight, and I don't need to know that. Okay? This needs to be a need-to-know basis, just like everything else that happens with your doctor.
That's fine, except this is not something that is only related to you personally, okay? And it's not about the child even. I mean,
who else is it related to?
It's related to society, man.
No, it's not.
Okay, look, I just told you, I don't even have a family. It's not about you trying to be a Christian.
So then you're letting down society, aren't you? Because this family structure thing is so goddamn important to you. And now you're not even making happen what you're supposed to be making happen as a good American.
I'm a selfish motherfucker. And I'm not going to go and put the work in to get married and have a family. Yeah, sure. What would you want me to tell you? Yeah. Okay.
No, what I want you to do is let other people live their lives. You're just saying now that you're selfish and un-American because you don't want to contribute to the greater good. Okay? Now let other people live their lives without someone passing judgment on you because you don't want to contribute to the patriotic way of America.
They're not doing it for the greater good. None of this benefits the greater good. You're saying
you just said it's because you're selfish. You're not benefiting the greater good because you're selfish. You just said that.
I'm also not creating a culture that allows the family to break up. I'm also not killing kids after birth. There's a lot of different...
What percentage of abortions do you think that actually is?
Okay, yeah, sure. That's a small percentage. Can we at least put that out?
A teeny tiny nothing percentage? Okay. Sure, let's use this propaganda to fucking apply to all abortions so that women have to fucking jump through 27 hoops before they can take care of this horrible thing that they wish they never had to take care of.
I told you I'm pro-abortion. I am. You think there's a black and white situation. It's not.
No, it's a freedom decision. You have nothing fucking to do with it. It doesn't matter if you're pro-abortion or not. You have nothing to fucking do with it. Your opinion couldn't matter less.
Oh, okay. First of all, can I say something though?
Uh-huh.
Since men are all women now, and women are men, and men can have kids, apparently I can have just as much say in abortion. since men can get pregnant. So
Well, I'm
that's
pretty
right.
sure men have been saying that since the beginning of time.
No,
So,
I know. I'm just making a joke. But listen. You are going all out. You're saying all abortion is totally okay.
that's not what I said.
Hey, that's what you just said. You said either. You're
I
letting
said
go
it's
of
none of your business. That's what I said. Again and again and again. And it's like you don't hear what I'm saying.
Okay, I have a question. If they're voting on guns rights and it's about hunting, is it your business to vote on it? Yeah, because at some point it affects you. What are you talking about, man?
I don't.
Because I don't have a child, I can't vote on the situation? Really?
No, you can't. You can't vote on what my fucking uterus is gonna do. No, you can't vote on that.
All right. Well, apparently women can't vote for anything that has to do with men. Is that what we're going for? Men can't vote for anything that has to do with women.
Like what? What is it that women would vote for that has to do with men? Going hunting? Going hunting? Is that what you're saying? Hunting affects all of us. Okay? If the environment belongs to all of us and you want to kill the last 20 tigers in existence, then yeah, it matters to us and we should be able to decide that we don't want all the tigers to leave the world.
What is the percentage of women going to war?
I look, what is the percentage of civilian, what is the percentage of people between the age of 19 and 20 going to war? What is the percentage of that?
I don't know, probably 90. How about that?
You think 90% of the people between 18 and 30 are going to war?
No, I said 90%, maybe 80% of the people in war are between the ages of 18 to 20 or something like that. That's what I mean.
Okay, that's not what I'm asking. You said how many women is it that go to war? I'm asking you how many people, how many men, what percentage of men in our country go to war? What percentage of men, let's say 18, 20 to 30? What percentage? Less than 1%. So why are you going to pick on women?
No. I'm just asking you a question to show the problem with your logic.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, look, out of the 100% of that 1%, okay, out of 100% of all the people that go to war, what is the percentage of women? Probably point something percent. So let's take women out of all decisions that have to do with war because they're not involved.
That's not true. That's not true. It affects them economically. It affects the entire world. Okay? War and an abortion you're never going to know about. You're not going to know it. This is not going to affect your world. Okay? So why is it like that you act like it is? Why is it that you act like it's going to affect your world?
But it does, though, in the long run. That's what I said. Family.
You won't even know that it happened. You won't even know that it happened.
All I know is that in America, the places where the family unit was destroyed, which is inner city black people, not Mexican Americans. You got to realize this is all about family. I'm talking about single parents. Look at the statistics. They are not doing well for children, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Compared to every other country, every other statistic, it's about the family. Listen, I don't want this to be true. I don't want a fucking family. I don't want fucking kids, but I realize the necessity, okay? I don't want to fucking work, but I realize the necessity, okay? So you can't tell me this is nothing. I'm looking at statistics.
I didn't say it's nothing. I said it's none of your goddamn business. Fuck! Are you hearing the words coming out of my mouth?
Dude, that's why we vote, man. I thought we're supposed to vote on...
We don't vote on a woman's fucking uterus, dude. We vote on... We should be voting on war, but we're not, are we? Okay, that seems like a lot more important to me than a goddamn abortion that I'm never fucking gonna know about.
I totally agree with you. I agree with you, dude. Listen, if I had a choice between debating you about war or fucking abortion, I'd be totally down with just fuck the abortion issue. It doesn't matter. I understand. My problem is, some people call me conspiratorial, is I think they are using this to divide the country. Okay?
Of course.
They're using this. Yes. So listen, I mean, you think I am pro-war?
I didn't say that.
No. I mean, okay, I know you didn't. But I'm saying, why would I debate about abortion when there's a war going on? That's a good question, right?
That's the question I just asked you.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Except the point is, okay, look, the war is a whole other thing.
Because it affects us all.
All right. Well, listen, the war affects everybody in America very little compared to how it affects the rest of the world.
We just gave fucking Ukraine $40 billion. It's not even our war. Okay? That money could have made so much shit happen in our country.
Yeah, you're kidding me? What about for the last 20 years, Syria, Iraq, Libya, they destroyed the whole Middle East. You don't have to tell me, man. I understand all of this. And that's way more important than the fucking debate me and you are having right now. That is no joke. I understand all of this. But that doesn't mean I can forget about the bigger picture, which is society, okay? Who are these uptown people? They don't give a shit about you or me.
Again, look at this $40 billion that was just given to the Ukraine. How much could that have done for inner city children? How much could that do for single mothers to help them along the way? Because you act like this, and I'm not trying to misread you and tell you what you're doing. What I'm saying is, what I'm hearing is that this abortion thing is matters to all of us. And until we figure this other shit out, it couldn't matter less.
It doesn't matter to me at all. I'm just saying it's one piece of the brick wall that's falling apart, which is society. And how are they doing it? By bringing up the family. Now, I know you don't care about the family. You don't think that it's as important as I do. But, I don't want to say this, but I've done so much research. And the only unit of society that can keep people structured is the family, or else everything falls apart. I mean, whatever. I don't even give a shit. I don't want a fucking family. I just know the fucking fact.
Well, look, here's the deal. Everything is fucking falling apart. And it's not because the family unit. It's because we're getting screwed by corrupt politicians. Okay? So fuck the family unit. It doesn't matter. Okay? This again is this divisive fucking thing. Everything is fucking trying to divide us. Okay? What we have to do is, you're okay, I'm okay, you live your life, I live my life, but we need to come together and take out this goddamn piece of shit government, and we need to do it now. Gotta have fucking priorities, and this thing about abortion should be none of our business. We have so much more important business to take care of. So, I know you don't want to talk about this, and I think we got on the discussion because of this leak thing or whatever we were talking about.
Honestly, listen, compared to the last guy that was just, no offense to him, but pretty much talking about nothing.
Yeah, and he does that every show. He thinks it's funny.
I wouldn't mind getting back to the actual conversation. We kind of just got on this because, honestly, everybody's kind of talking about it right now. But I personally think that they put this out right now, and I'm not on anybody's side. It's just kind of like the Ukraine wars, where I tell everybody, I was like, you gave me a few differences. You just named me some differences between Russians and Ukrainians, and then we can decide which side we're on. And nobody can name anything. It's just about what's the new thing, right? And so, I'm totally with you on this Ukraine thing. Why are we even doing this? Whatever. But let's get back to honestly, the whole reason I called is the Israel issue, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's what, we're here to celebrate Israel today.
Yeah, let's celebrate it, my guys. Let's do it. I'm all for it. Let's celebrate taking over people's land based on some myth about,
Yeah, it's
2,000
horrible.
years ago. I'm all for it, man.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Could do that.
I don't know how so much, I mean, and this comes back to what I'm talking about, right? Is that this government is so corrupt that this, 10th strongest economy on the planet, we have to give them billions and billions and billions of dollars every year that, again, could be helping inner city children and children everywhere in our country. Go ahead.
I mean, okay, yeah, I was wondering which one you meant, but you mean the Zionist.
What about the Zionists?
I said I was going to call them the Zionist entity because that's what I've seen people call them. But yeah, no, I totally agree with you. But it's not even the only one. My problem with Israel is not the mere 40 billion that we're giving them, because let's just remember we're printing money. Money means nothing.
Yeah.
So that's not my problem. My problem is, let's see what we've been doing for the past 20 years and how that has to do with Israel. I mean,
yeah.
That's my issue. We in America have been hated so hard, so much across the world. Why? Because of these wars that we went through that had nothing to do with us. And who did they benefit?
Yeah.
Israel.
And
that's really valuable.
And the war profiteers. I mean,
of course.
Yeah.
I mean, they're always making money. It doesn't matter who's winning. They have no nationalism. They have no patriotism.
Yeah.
They don't give it.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying. They can't wait for the next terrorist attack here in America. They're really looking forward to it. Yeah.
Well, of course. That's why, listen, everybody says the worst criminal is the traitor, right? And the way I see it is these military businesses are number one, top-notch traitors, not a traitor. They're traitors to the nation. Why? Because they are selling American name. They are selling American, respect. It's selling everything that we've gained. Why? To make some money? And because they were lobbied by Israel. Because Israel feels bullied over there. Fucking bullied.
Who the fuck is bullying Israel?
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're always the victim, aren't they?
Yeah, it's the government I hate. It's the military. They tell women and children to go to this UN shelter where they can be safe during this horrible campaign that they're doing, and then they bomb the fucking UN shelter, right? They kill, brothers 8, 9, and 10 playing soccer on the beach, drone strike, boom. I have serious problems with this, and I remember in the 2007 Lebanon war, so 2007 I think, I remember seeing this picture of an ambulance, it was white and had a big red cross on the top, and there was a fucking missile strike right in the center of the fucking red cross. And that's not an accident. And that's a war crime, by the way.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm not going to count war crimes because
you're
going to lose count. You're going to lose count.
Right.
It's just, for me, it's about the hypocrisy. And like you said, it's not about the Jewish people at all, because the loudest anti-Zionist, anti-Israeli crime advocates are actually Jews in America. And you have to give them the proper respect, or else it won't continue. You know what I mean? We can't just say all these fucks are assholes. You know, you can't say that, because some of the most pro-Palestinian, anti-Zionist, anti-Israeli crimes are actually American Jewish community. So that goes. But besides that, so I used to have a job that used to take me around the world. I've been to a lot of different countries in the Middle East, okay? I've not been to Israel, but I've been to Jordan and Dubai. And I've seen, I've talked to a lot of Israelis. And what I've gotten out of these guys is the propaganda in their head is crazy. They feel like everybody is out to get them. And listen, I can understand this, but when you feel like that, and when you feel so cornered, where like a lion you're gonna lash out, even though they haven't cornered you, well then they're gonna get mad too. You know what I mean? The amount of negativity I've seen from these Israeli guys, or just everybody around them. Why? Because of these stories, because of this narrative that we have been always hurt throughout history, and so we must now do whatever to survive. I don't believe that's true.
Yeah, this victimhood shit goes a long ways, man.
No, I mean, it's a whole thing. It's a whole, like, mythos that they have over their people, which is very, like, it's just kind of sad. Why would you want to be a part of pretty much a nation like this?
It's this victimhood thing, man. They can get away with anything because they were victimized, and they can't allow that to happen again.
I mean, that's so right. I was talking to my, I live in pretty much the boonies, as they say. I live pretty in the middle of the woods here, still. I love shooting, I love animals, I just love to be here, I hate the city. But even some of these conservatives around here, which are very conservative, but very conservative, when I talk about, Israel and what's going on over there, all they can understand is, hey, everybody hates them, they're all going to kill them. What do you want them to do? That's the only thing in their mind. And that's very unfortunate.
I want them not to drone strike 8, 9, and 10-year-old brothers playing soccer on the beach. That's what I want. And if you say, what do you want them to do? You tell them exactly that. I don't want them drone striking little children.
Yeah, Moxie, we're not living in Twinkleland, you hippie. We can't have good things like that. We have to have that because those are terrorist children. They're going to grow up and they're going to be bad people, so we got to kill them now.
I know, just like the people on January 6th, they had children too. I got to take a piss, dude.
Alright, I'm not going to take over this fucking...
No, it's good to hear from you, and I look forward to you calling back again soon, okay?
Yes, well, thank you. You have a good one.
Okay, talk to you later. I'll be right back, people.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company. Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
I love that. I love that video. It's funny because it's true. So I am wanting to see if anybody else wants to call. The phone lines are open. The telephone number is up there on the screen. It's 805-669-6397. 805 MOX News.
Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom.
Okay? And all I'm saying, again, is that you can stand on the side of freedom, or you can stand with people like that who pretend and portray.
Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom.
People who pretend and portray to fight for freedom. That's not who they are. That's what I keep telling you about politicians, Republicans and Democrats. The Republicans over here are fighting for this freedom. They're fighting for your freedom. The Democrats are fighting for... No, they're not. The last thing they want is for you to protect your freedoms.
Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom.
And you know he believes exactly that. And so does every single sitting member of Congress, every single elected official. In my opinion, probably every single elected official in this fucking country, let's say 98%, feel exactly that same way. Screw your freedom. I mean, I'll sit here and pretend like I'm fighting for your freedom, but fuck you, fuck your freedom. That's the way I see all politicians in this country. I see them even worse than that. I see them as selling your children's futures away because they need to give billions of dollars to $40 billion to Ukraine. They need to give, they need to sell all of your children's natural resources to the highest bidder so that some fucking cunt can be even more rich fucking cunt. I am gonna go have a burrito. I can't thank you enough for tuning in. I don't mean to go on the way that I do, because I know that your time is valuable, and I just want to tell you again that it means the world to me that you take your valuable time and come here to share it with me. So I can't thank you enough for that. That being said, we do this every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays at 7 p.m. Pacific time, which means I'll be back tomorrow. Same MOX time, same MOX channel. And until then, stay cool, because it's just so much easier that way. Stay cool.
I'm going to show you my invisible mask.
Very serious.
This is my invisible mask for Stacey Abrams. Ready? I'm going to put it on. It's on. It's great. All right, Carol. Last word here. Okay, I'm going to show you my invisible mask.
Very serious.
This is my invisible mask for Stacey Abrams. Ready? I'm going to put it on. It's on. It's great. All right, Carol. Last word here.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have MOX News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. MOX News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to MOX News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, MOX News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories, 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of MOX. moxnews.com.
I mean, this coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. I wish the coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together and they don't attack each other, they stay united. Coalition of misfits, and they cobble together